And welcome. All right. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. It says you're hearing me okay, so that should work. And I actually spent a day, well, almost a day, and worked on the OBS settings, so we have a nicer transition between the going live soon and the actual live stuff. As always, doing multiple things. Got a lot of stuff going on. So welcome. Let's see who we got here. Raisin. Um, Jamie Jen, Joanna Von Buchem, and Sean Butts. Greetings all. This is obviously I don't even call it late night, early morning, whatever. Weird time for a stream. Not for me, obviously, but under normal circumstances. Hey, John Marcus, welcome. Good to hear you. Thank you for subscribing. Um, the As always, I'm not really great at doing all the things all at once. Keeping an eye on the chat and announcing the folks who are subscribing and cheering and stuff like that. But if you surprise me and cheer a whole heck of a lot and get a um, whatchamacallit going, hype stream, then that'll be something special, and I'll give you guys something special for getting a hype stream going. So how about that? How's that for an empty promise? Because not very likely guys will get a hype stream going. But of course, Sean Marcus is here, so you never know what might happen. Uh, okay, so basically, I'm not gonna go into too many things here, but of course, just for the generality of this, um, I am going to give a little bit of a preamble, since of course I will be uploading this to YouTube. So if you're seeing this on YouTube, like and subscribe, and this way everyone will know what's going on. So this is Shroud of the Avatar. It's a free-to-play game. We have a ton of zones, somewhere over 400. And if you count other things like player towns and dungeons, as has been recently noted by one of the players, it's really like over 700. I have not done a full count of that. I really probably should. It'd be nice to know. Anyway, right now we have a special going on um, in our web store where you could get in-game currency. Those are crowns of the obsidians. We sell those in packs, and the largest packs are the 10K Kodo pack and the 6K Kodo pack, which give you 10,750 Kodos for the 10K and 6,300 for the 6K. And right now, well, through the 6th, so basically at the beginning of Saturday the 7th, that's when we're going to end that event, that offer. You get bonus ultra rare cabinets here. Wine cabinet, the large wine cabinet goes with the 10K along with these bottles, and then the 6K gets the smaller cabinet with the wine bottles. You also get a carrying crate as a bonus. The carrying crate is actually not an ultra rare. It's going to be in the game. You'll be able to get it in the game, not in the Crown Store. This is going to be in the game. I'm not saying anything more about that because not so sure how much Allium wanted to reveal before it happened. Because we're setting it up and and all that neat stuff. Of course, it'll be in the release notes. All that information will be up there. Um, so right now we are in the sprint for release 148, I think. I always get confused on this stuff. I even put it in the title of the stream, and I'm not even sure what the hell it is now. But yeah, I think it's 148 that we're working towards. So at the end of this month, uh, which my Windows is not paying attention to me. Um, yeah, so it'll be on the 30th of March. That's when we will deploy the next release. And this is what is known as a sprint. So the time between Releases is considered a sprint while we're trying to develop the content, test the content, get the content ready. And that's all sorts of thanks. And Jamie Jen confirms it's 148. Thank you. Um, uh, yeah, so the content, which of course includes all sorts of different things. I mean, from larger actual content to items and rewards and all that neat stuff. So, and of course, bug fixes and things along those lines. So that's what I'm doing right now. I've been working on the sprint, and I really wanted to. Well, Friday I did the live stream, and it turned out that I was actually too tired to do this type of a live stream after the normal live stream Friday night. So then I tried every day since then, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I tried to do the stream. Even got to a point where I was getting ready to do the stream yesterday, and then got squirreled into actually fixing OBS because I keep putting it off. So as of right now, I could go. I'll give you guys this is a brief sneak peek, I guess you say, for what's going to happen. So let's do this, that, and there. All right. So if I'm doing a solo stream, of course, this is my starting soon screen. Then we have the spring starting soon screen. Then we have our normal starting soon screen. And then oh, look for fall. That's pretty nice. And then another one for winter. So we will be able to have some more fanciness there. I also said, and this is because you guys have been, most of you guys have been around for some time. Have seen me try to fumble when Windows or OBS screws up with things. Now I can't say that OBS won't get the devices messed up because Windows insists on changing default devices here and there. But I definitely have, see now, this is slightly different. You just saw that change. There's nothing really to hide here in the conversation, but I'll shrink that down and get it out of the way. The Obviously the default size of the camera is smaller on this one, so I'll have to fix that. But this is actually a part of my monitor that's actually being shared instead of my normal the normal live stream. This is the game with a camera overlay on top of it. So on this side, I could actually go in here and drag anything I want, and we'll just do a see. I could drag anything I want into that section there and show it to you really easy. So if there's stuff that I don't have set up as a source or a scene in OBS, then I can just go ahead and drag it down there and show you stuff on the fly. I also have a switchfoot. Now it's a big camera, and then of course I could go to a browser, which is not active right now, so you're not going to see it. I could also go to Discord and all sorts of other stuff. So, hey, thank you, John Marcus. Or Zelot, I'm sorry, Zelot did that. Yeah, see, this is, yeah, sorry about that. And this is one of the things I do want to do long term. I've talked about in the past is kind of cycling through and rotating when my streams are various times of the day. So I'll answer that question in a second. Uh, and since my sleep schedule shifts, that you'd think that that would be an easier thing to do. So it's just a matter of getting caught up and then getting back into the cycle of doing more dev streams. Next week I'll be by Scotty's and I'll see if I could put him in a half Nelson and get him to do a dev stream with me while I'm over at his house working. Sometimes that depends on what we're working on. If he needs to really pay attention to what's going on. If he's doing complex stuff like the houses, he tends to make mistakes when we're on stream because he's paying more attention about talking with you guys because he loves to have social interaction with everybody. And that's not a sarcastic thing. He really does love it, and I love him for it. So anyway, so now OBS is set up a little bit better, and I don't have to go hunting for things. and I might even change that fade time to be a little bit longer. But I think it feels pretty good right now. All right, so sorry that it's late, Zealot, but I will try my best. I mean, if everything goes well, today's technically Tuesday, still for me. Um, I haven't gone to bed yet. Uh, Tonight we have our team meeting, so basically after the team meeting, um, or yeah, probably after the team meeting, because I know myself, what I'm going to end up doing is staying on. I'll probably be on this for a few hours, and then if I don't really start to feel tired, then I'll end up being up to the point where I'll get up just in time to have the meeting. So I can't really promise a stream before that. But after the team meeting, if anybody's around who wants to join me on stream, things like that, we've done that in the past where the team has actually just gotten on stream, anybody who's attended the meeting, and we do various things or just basically ad hoc improvise. I'm going to try to do more streams throughout this week as I do things, because I'm getting down to the point where I'm working on the past due content. Yes, that's it. So hopefully I'll be doing that at various different times of the day, so make it easier. But thank you for, and I'm glad to be streaming too. So thank you for being around at least as long as you could stay up for. So, all right, now Drizzt, I'm assuming this is Drizzt, Drizzt, maybe. The cabinet in the back there, yeah, that's actually my lab. So, yep. Basically, um, most everybody I think knows my history. I was a game developer from my teen years. Had my own company around 2003. I had to make a decision. I was supposed to get involved in an MMO back in that time, right on the heels of Ultima Online, and based on the instability of that new MMO, I made a choice to stay in my IT engineering direction. So for about 10 years, I put down um, all my game-related development and software development skill set and everything. So it actually took Lord British coming out of retirement to give me a kick in the butt and get excited about it all again. So basically in 2012, actually, it really started in 2011 when I got a hold of Skyrim. And of course, my machine couldn't really handle it very well, but I absolutely love Skyrim. And then Bethesda or ZeniMax announced Elder Scrolls Online, and Lord British Richard announced Shroud of the Avatar pretty much at the same time, very close to the same time. I ended up getting involved in ESO and uh, worked on that in the same similar way that a lot of the players helped out with Shroud of the Avatar, going down to the office and doing that type of thing. Over here on ESO, it was more of a formalized thing. I was part of the Sigic Order, which was an alpha test team, and stayed all the way through past release of the game, helped develop the Lua um, API and add-ons in that game. So there's still some add-ons I think with my name on them over in that game. And then I moved over to Shroud of the Avatar. I'm getting better at condensing that history. But anyway, during all that period of time, during that time of my engineering background, um, I I've always had a lab, and that goes back to geez, like 1987. Yeah, in 1987, it was a bunch of Heathkit computers and computers that you build yourself. Uh, Let me see if here's a good test. Did I do? I don't know what this is going to do. Oh yeah, look at that. Um, that's cool. All right. No, that's not what I want. I don't know if I'm going to be. I think I might have deleted it. Probably deleted it. Oh well. I was going to bring up a picture. I used to have a thing for where I could go to a pre-destined folder and I could bring up various pictures. Well, actually, I could just drag it down now. Haha. Let me this get. Yeah, and I'm not on Windows 7. It just looks that way. I got a thing in place there. Um, Pictures and this may or may not work out. I don't know where I put those pictures. Oh, you know what? They should be in here. OBS. Yeah, so I got a little bit more work to do, I guess, in organizing this mess. That'll be that'll be something I'll be able to get done, I think, before the next stream if I remember to do it. And no, actually, the picture that I was hoping for is not in this folder. Damn it. Oh well. Yep. I'll have to show you guys another time. Um, Basically, I have pictures of my my computer labs back in the day. The oldest one that I have, actually, the oldest one that I have is from 1989, and but that one's on a hard copy someplace, actual picture. So I have to go scan it and bring that in. Um, and you can see all the various computers. I've always tried to network my computers even before networking was really technically a thing. But anyway, once when I was over here, you got that one big black cabinet now. I say, you know what? Here, let me put this back on the full screen camera for a second. So, all right, you could just about see and you can't see my mouse, so you could just about see the gauntlet machine over here. And so I had 19-inch racks. These are like standing racks. So not like that cabinet where it's deep. It was basically like the face of the cabinet, same type of size, but three of them going across between where the gauntlet machine is now and the wall, with all types of different gear in it, like those gray things up at the top. And those are specialized servers and embedded devices that I used to work on and work with, and do some engineering on as well. Um, when I stopped doing that work specifically, I tore all that stuff down and replaced it with this cabinet, so I could condense things and make it easier. So now I have a number of servers in here, which are everything's black, so you can't really see it. But there's a number of servers in there, and then of data switches and routers and things along those lines that I could still do experimentation, troubleshooting, testing, things like that. I try to keep my hands dirty in that type of thing, keep my skills sharp. But I also do have, yes, some development servers, but it's not the development servers. We have a data center down in Austin. I'm in North Texas, and down in Austin, we have specific servers down there for like the QA server, and there's another dev server that we have, and other developer um, um, pieces of software and stuff like that that run down there. I do have some of the stuff up here that I'm working on, like these like those servers. There's three servers now on the table that I'm working on prepping, so that way I could start swapping out more of the old stuff in the data center to get us um, up to speed, so that way our development builds will go a lot quicker. Right now, it still takes about 7 hours for me to do a build. This is truly based on the age of the hardware, and I just need to get that um, uh, you know, updated and out of there. As I've said in previous streams, we are riding on the edge of our amperage limit for the cabinet that we have down in Austin. So I have been swapping out gear. In fact, you can't really get opposites here. So you can see that box right there. That is the old domain controller from that's running Windows 2008. um, and that used to be the domain controller and the mail server from like all the IT back end stuff. And there's actually another one of the server like that in the cabinet about right there as well. That these have been decommissioned, and I've just been messing around with them and using them for other things. Um, but they're also power hogs, so I got to get rid of them. And I have a new server in there as well. There's an HP server in there that I have to migrate everything over to a 1U server, 1U being really thin. So anyway, so Driz has a cabinet as well with RUs in it, half the size. Oh, so you have like one of those half height ones, LLM module models. Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, and as you see, I started getting into the cloud thing towards the end of my career in disaster recovery, and um, it was too volatile a place to be for what I was doing anyway. So the company, that's when I got laid off at that company. At that point, I already had been working on that was in when was that? 2023, 2023 or 2022? Can't remember now. I try to put those things out of my mind. But I'd already been working on Shroud pretty much full time since the end of 2019. So I was, I had the benefit of a full time job. That was like my role was like a fireman for networks. Worked on hospitals and call centers and government installations, military installations, things like that. When they had network and technology failures. So it was definitely a fun job. It was never the same. But sadly, when they started shifting everything to the cloud, um, they well, they didn't plan for it correctly, and they ended up starting to go bankrupt again. So yay! This the company I worked with originally was Northern Telecom, aka Nortel. They went bankrupt and then got scooped up by Avaya, who used to be Lucent, and they went bankrupt while I was working there twice. So gives you a lot of hope and comfy feelings for corporate America ruling our lives, right? Oh, that's cool. So you have two full height cabinets, John, or are they smaller racks? Um, but yeah, I can't live without that thing. Wherever I go, that cabinet's coming with me. At minimum, I actually have it split. You can't see it in these pictures because it's so far away. But I have two fully PoE, 50 port switches, fiber, the whole spiel up there. One is the home network, and the other one is my business network, as it were. And I haven't really done the business thing for quite some time, but I used to have two internet connections coming into this building, into my house. And one would be the residential, back when uh, I still had a wife, and she wanted cable TV and stuff like that. So we had the residential cable coming in, and then I had commercial cable coming in for the internet for my internet, um, which was really a good deal as far as segregation and being able to experiment and not worry about cutting off the house and stuff along those lines. So, yeah, okay, there. Oh, 20, yeah, yeah, yeah. I missed the 20U part. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that thing you can't see it in this picture, but that cat. Why is it looking like it's on? Oh, wow, it's just the color of it. But yeah, you can barely. Well, I'm putting my mouth. I'm putting my mouse on it right now, but you can't see that. Um, that kind of sucks. Uh, Basically, there's a square piece of cardboard in that corner. A cardboard. Jeez. Yeah, middle of the night. A square piece of plywood. That is half-inch plywood, and even at half-inch plywood, that's sagging a little bit. And this is technically a garage. I am on concrete. So I put the board down there because putting that type of equipment on top of a rug is probably not a good idea. And of course, I have dedicated safety grounds and everything on there, so that way the cabinet won't build up a static charge. That's actually one of my areas of expertise is grounding systems. So um, I have there's a ground rod right next to me against the wall over here because I'm an amateur radio operator, so my radios are on that ground rod, and the ground rods are all networked together. I have a ground rod dedicated outside for that cabinet, and then obviously the electrical service ground rod. So and it's all connected and all those neat things. Yeah. Anyway, obviously digression on digression on digression, but that's what makes these things fun. Um, so loads of information there, and feel free to ask any questions related to what I am doing tonight. If you ask questions that are for the game in general, like a normal monthly live stream or something along those lines, I'll ask you to do an Ask a Dev for them. If they're appropriate for that type of thing, or hold them for the next live stream that we're doing as a general thing, where we'll be able to get a lot more viewers hanging around and everything along those lines. But if you have any questions about what I'm doing, feel free to ask. Okay, or other things if you want to talk about other things too, we could do that. Okay, now. Um, Okay, so I'm not going to be in the game, so don't bother going like to Castle or anything like that. I just figured I would be in the game when I start the stream, so I could talk about the ultra rares a little bit. Try to boost our sales there. I monitor the number of ultra rare sets that are sold, the Kodo packs that are sold with the bonus items. Um, and we're doing all right. Um, so well, I have a number. I mean, this is obviously I don't want to like start talking numbers with everybody about this type of stuff, but I would say we're like 60% of the way to the goal that I would like to see. That would help boost our income for the month, so that way some of that can be carried over instead of actually being covering our costs for the month. And uh, so I'm trying. I've done it before, but it's time is an issue, right? It's really time than anything else. So this month I have gone and done the newsletter, Facebook, the Twitter, and Blue Sky, and stuff along those lines. Of course, I posted up in Discord earlier today, and the forums. There are so many different places that have to be hit. It literally takes up a full day for me to actually do those things. So earlier today, I went around and did a pass of a reminder saying, hey, there's less than 4 days left. I don't want to be over spammy or sound like I'm, really, um, uh, you know, um, being like hyper focused on the income thing or whatever. But obviously, this is the way we are going to fund the game for the moment. And excuse me. So I will. I'm going to continue trying to figure out more things. As I said on the live stream, I've got more ideas about doing more rare type things. We know, you guys know, we're going to be doing some more wine bottle related stuff. I saw some interesting conversations in Discord actually today with regards to wine bottles. So that there could be some cool things in there as well. Um, I won't commit to them, but I like some of the ideas that were in there. And then on Friday, I will also be sending out more reminders, that type of thing. So I'm hoping to prompt more people. I am also, of course, putting out general ads in Facebook, trying to get our name back out there again. And there's still work to be done, obviously, in the game. There's, and I'm sure any one of you guys will have a different aspect of like, yeah, this needs to be fixed, or that needs to be fixed, or we need more of this, that. So yeah, completely all right. and we have to get there. And obviously, as I said, things take time. If I'm busy doing the marketing aspect of stuff, then I can't be doing the dev stuff, and it's taking me away from the team to do that type of thing. So the team has definitely got individual skill sets and everything like that, and over time we've overlapped each other on a lot of things. So that's not bad. It's just still need a few more bodies and get things going. So the more income we get, the closer we could get to doing that, and then it's a snowball effect, which will bring us more people. So I am not a natural born marketer. I know people who are, and you know, I've learned from some of the things that they've done, but I definitely am not a salesy type of guy. I'm more technical and more factual. Well, I mean that in a good way. Um, um, just the facts, ma'am, and not being over like, wow, and you could, and this and that, and yeah, I can't do that. I try my best, but I'm sure that when we get somebody in here who can really pay attention full time to social media and marketing aspects of things, we'll probably be in a lot better shape as far as getting the word out and increasing stuff. So the only thing I could ask on that is be nice to new players, encourage them to play the game. You don't have to push them to buy anything, but just encourage them to stay and help them along. So then that way we can get more bodies in the game. The more bodies we get, the more likely it is that some people will subscribe if they like what they're seeing and stuff like that. So it's one of those types of situations. Okay, so with all that said, thanks, girl's name. It's in game saying that we're live. Yeah, that's another thing I'm not really great about, following up with all that stuff. Okay, so let's see. Purchased a pot, make a PvP town, wanted to implement some kind of Lua script assisted battle royale, but I couldn't do it since Lua scripts cannot communicate between players. I thought it would be good if we could have Lua script channels specific to each script or ability to connect external WebSocket or something. Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, that's one of the things I'll say is with the Lua API, and it's not a restriction of Lua, but it's Lua is one of the common APIs that all these online games tend to go towards because I think it's I don't know. I think Python's easier, but they say or it is said that Lua is the one of the easiest languages to learn, and that's why it's used for add-ons in online games, and then of course modifications in other games um, along those lines. But in online games, I mean, I could be wrong. Somebody out there might have done this and found a way to do it without being a problem. But most online games won't actually allow for the Lua add-ons to to affect gameplay in that kind of a way. So communicating between players, there's ways that you could do that. I won't go into it, but if you take a look at ESO, for instance, there are some. I'll give you an example. There's a Lua add-on in ESO, which I don't know if it's still active now or not. I'm assuming it is because it's actually one of the really good ones. Um, that would track where resource nodes were in the game, and of course, you know, the only way to get that information would be if the developers exposed where the resource nodes were in the API, so you could just go out in there and map them all. But of course, that would be, well, cheating. So basically, what they did was they relied upon everybody to install a separate uh, script outside of ESO that communicated through a website that they set up to collect all the data, and then you would download the updated data files, and then that way, if you activated it and there was options that you could either show resource nodes as you find them, or show all the resource nodes in a zone, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I don't I don't see us actually implementing something through the Lua API that would allow you to use an external WebSocket. And this is not actually entirely part of it is of course because then it's uh, um, could be leveraged or whatever for in the game scrupulously, but it also could be leveraged by malicious third-party software. So um, we have to be careful about that stuff, and that's actually why when the Lua API was first put in place, one of the things we were trying to get across, in fact, I think it's in the Lua TOS still, that if you publish a Lua script to be used with Strata the Avatar, that script should have a presence on the forums and like there's a repository sub forum, at least I think there is or was going to be. That was around when Elgarian was had taken over the community manager aspects of things. So I don't know if he kept that around or not, but basically basically we needed to make sure that the Lua source code wasn't encrypted, and that way it could be inspected and investigated if somebody, because there was an add-on utility that at one point well, I shouldn't say we, the player base was suspicious of, and then we found that it was actually dialing home. There was an actual exe. This is not Lua. It was just another thing that actually had code in it to dial home. Now, the dialing home in that, just to say, was innocuous because all it was really doing is the guy who wrote it wanted to know how many people were using it. so, uh, so I understand that, but sadly in today's day and age, it's not easy to, do without people thinking bad things. Um, language is not soda. We had to get code signing certificate for that as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, code signing certificates obviously are great, and then that kind of legitimizes the thing. But as I said, if the Lua is not encrypted, hell, even if it is encrypted, it's very easy to decompile. Somebody can modify the code and then put it back out again. But of course, code signing, if a code signing certificate is assigned to it, then it'll fail. Well, it's no longer SHA-1, but it'll fail its checksums and hash codes. So yeah, there's definitely ways to do it. I think in the past, that's been really left as much as possible to the player base to self-police, and uh, it would be nice to have more of an add-on manager, a more, we'll say, in-depth add-on manager and things along those lines in the game. And I said this, I think, I don't know if I said this in the forums or if it was on the last stream, that at one point we were hoping to be able to get some conversational capabilities that would tie in with Lua to allow for players to do quests and then have the conversationalists deliver a player supplied reward at the end if they did all the things, keeping track of all the variables to make sure you hit all the spots on the quest, and then a conversationalist be like, very good adventurer, just thank you for saving my sheep. Anyway, so a lot of things are not out of the realm of possibility, but definitely at this moment, I don't really see us working to do something where you could actually do um, a battle royale that way. But I wouldn't shut the door completely on it. There could be some interesting things there. It's just we have to be very careful about what could be leveraged in the wrong way, if you follow what I'm saying. These people start to exploit things and all that. So, all right. So, and of course, the battle royale structure that Shroud currently uses, well, we'll say specifically with control points that needs to be looked at, and some design changes probably have to be done. Apologize for drinking and stuff here, just water, but probably noisy. Okay. Now let me see. Let us get into the meat of the reason why I was streaming today. I just need to get I just need to get Unity to play nice here. It's over on a monitor that's all the way over there, and it's currently importing crap. Oh, so I have a good following here today. 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 people. It's pretty good for a middle of the night, no warning type of stream, I think. Okay. Sometimes well, I shouldn't say sometimes I don't understand it. I really don't understand the way Twitch works completely here. Brazen, are you still in the audience? Your name is not up there anymore, so I was just wondering. I don't think it's completely accurate. All right, finally, come on, let me control my machine back. There we go. All right, now we will go back to there, and hey, look. All right, and I can even turn off the camera easily now too. Stop that. Except that it's if I do it too quickly, it thinks that I'm double clicking on things. All right. We'll see if that gets in the way or not. If the camera gets in the way, I could shut it off. Just let me know if there's something that you're not able to see. So I was what you're seeing on the screen right now, just so that way you guys have an idea. So this is a custom pose I was doing for Krampus for one of those loading screens. So it's kind of small on the loading screen, but he has his hand sticking through. I think it's the R in avatar at the end. So his hand is kind of like sticking through that, and then this one is on the granite of the logo at the bottom. So did a little Photoshop editing and stuff to get all that working, but wanted to do like what we had for the spring one. I still think the spring one came out the best, which I'm going to go back and show again, just because I can. Yeah, this one here, Allium put this together, and then I kind of stole it from her, and the bunny itself is in full clarity, and then I have stages of Gaussian, whatever, blur going out to the distance. I don't know. Actually, this doesn't look as blurry as it should. This might not be the right picture. That's interesting. And so I try to do the same thing with stuff like the fall one. See, like that. So you could get some distance blur out of it, right? The tree's in focus here, and then it starts going out of focus and gets blurrier and blurrier as you go out towards the back. So anyway, and putting some of the seasonal bad guys in there all at the same time. All right, so get rid of this and go to there, and so that's what I was doing there. Okay, so let's see here. Now, after all that bull crap I rambled on about, it has been brought up that the spider room, the player dungeon room, which I call the spider room, is broken. So let's do this. Now I started poking around and looking at some of this stuff. So, but we're gonna look at there's 3 versions of the spider room. This is the hilt basement is its actual real room name, but you know, it populates with spiders on the one that's populated. This one here is the original. This is literally ripped out of the game from the hilt, which is a dungeon area in the game over by in the caldera area of the game. Although it's not documented in the game that that's a caldera, that's what it is. And this one here is just deco, so it has all the decorations already in place from what the game had in it. So now I already went through this a little bit here. When I made these, I left some stuff in that was disabled because I wasn't sure if we were going to need the stuff or not. So I cleaned that up and replaced that stuff now, or whatever, deleted that stuff now. So this room is operational. I don't think that there are any issues with this one. I didn't see bugs reported for this one. I hope not, but if there are, we'll go back and look at it. Then there is the second version, which is pristine deco. And this is what I'm hoping to do with all these types of rooms. Get rid of all the lines. Hold on a second. Click out here. That gets rid of all the lines. There we go. No, somewhat. Guess not. Why didn't it? There. Was a click too quick. So this is the same room without any of the webs and eggs and falling down walls and stuff like that. In addition, I think, yeah, as with every version, I made some slight changes. So in this one here, I made a change and added on a way to get from the bottom level, the pit here, to get up to so it goes through this way, to get up to the higher levels, because in the original there is just a ladder on the side of one of these walls. I don't know, the ladder might have been over here. So it's just like a ladder that basically popped you up there. Otherwise, there's no way to get to the next level. So I threw in some variances on the hallways, and then on the third version, same thing here. I cleaned this one up already. I was going through it and started cleaning up the structures. The object structure in here. Anybody who was watching the work streams that Scotty and I were doing a while back, where we were talking about how we were starting to create a better standard for building houses and things. That hierarchy standard needs to be applied for everything we build like this. So like a dungeon room, even though it's not, a house, it could get as complex as a house. So the organization structure is something that needs to be standardized. And when I first made these new spider rooms, when they were new, I had not yet gotten that far with all this stuff. So I do need to clean all these things up to that degree and make them more standardized. It'll make troubleshooting a lot easier and copying things to make new rooms easier as well. So that brings us to the third and final room, which is this mess. Yay! There you go. This is the spawned version or the encounter version of the spider room. For anybody who doesn't know, the way to, well, let me rephrase that. For anybody who doesn't know, we have in-game methodology for players to either sometimes craft or purchase um, player dungeon rooms. So this is one room, and these kind of click together when you're in build mode. In a player dungeon, you get a basement hatch, not a basement hatch, a dungeon entrance, and there's various dungeon entrances in the game to make them look different ways, which we will be making more. And that'll give you a menu and ask you if you want to add a starter room to it if it's not already there. And then from there, you go into the dungeon and then keep on adding pieces to it. There's a point system for you to say how much you could put in, and so that way there's some balance and costs involved to expand the thing and make it larger. But some of the rooms are for decorations only. There's, obviously there's hallways, things like that. And then there's versions of the rooms that have spawns. The spawned ones require that you go and collect essences of things. So like in the case of the spider room, you would go out and you kill a whole bunch of spiders and collect their essences, which will drop in the loot. And when you have enough essences, you can put that together and make a totem. And there's different levels of the totem for different level difficulties of the spiders. By placing that totem on a pedestal in the game, you will then populate a spawned room with spiders. Let me get rid of all these lines here. If I don't remember exactly where the main yeah, I don't remember. But one of these hallways down here is the main hallway for getting in, and has the pedestal in it. Oh, there it is. Yep. So there's a pedestal, and you would actually have the statue, and you would place it on there. In fact, here I will momentarily turn on. So see, in this case, it would be a statue of a spider. And so we did improve that. That used to be, everything was a lich, and so we're working on getting all that stuff set up the proper way. And we're going to have added more spawns added in, different options for things to be able to spawn in the rooms. It's all a matter of time. Got to get this all done. So the spawn version of the room has all the ambiance that you would see in the actual real dungeon, including, see, there's the ladder I was talking about. And all these green boxes are where spiders are supposed to spawn. And when I redid this room, or when I made this version of the room, I expanded my little way to get from the bottom up, but I didn't. I guess, yeah, because I have the ladder in there. You'd have to get up to the second level, and then there's a hallway on the second level that, sorry, get over to the right spot here. Yeah, that will bring you into some more areas down below that have the boss. So there's actually a boss spider in here as well. Now, what's been reported is that these things are spawning outside of the room in some cases, and not where they should be, which I assume this was working initially, because I don't know, but let us look at this and see what we could do. Sorry, my nose is itchy. It's the allergy season is really bad. It's another reason why I wasn't streaming for a few days. My nose is itchy as all heck. All right, so let's go take a look at one of these things. And the reason is going to be that. So obviously you guys saw those lines. When I select everything, you'll get the lines for everything. This is a radius for the one spawner. So let me see if I could, we got distances down here. And don't, I'm assuming you guys can, well, you might be able to, might be able to, and maybe not able to read these things. But basically, it says spawn AI awareness. And I just want to say up front that AI has been around for decades as far as like low level stuff. All MMOs use what we would call artificial intelligence for the NPCs and mobs. So I'm not using AI as it is today for any of the game stuff, and I will not be using anything. I don't want to let AI go and create things for me. Um, it may save time up front, but sometimes AI does some really stupid shit. So, all right. If my clearing my throat gets too loud, say something because I'll mute. Um, oh yeah, and I would like to bring that back. So John Marcus is saying that he misses the days when the NPCs used to go home to sleep at night. I actually have no problem with that. I think that, and this is where in one of the articles um, in this releases or that the last releases newsletter, I was opining, talking about the fact that previous administrations and previous developers were involved in Shadow the Avatar were too quick to make changes based on feedback from a handful of people. So we're not going to be doing that. The team I have Scotty on my team. I have Sanyo on my team. I've been around for a very long time as well. None of us are going to claim to be the utmost, all powerful, all knowing, whatever. We all have our own specialty areas, obviously. And then, of course, we also have other people on the team as well. Taslo is still actually on the team. And then we also still talk to Richard, consult with Richard. I haven't. I've talked to Chris recently, but I have not talked to Chris about game stuff and the Strategy of the Avatar game stuff in a long, long time. So anyway, point is that we have a lot to fix still, but I would like to put that back in, but find ways that it wouldn't be literally the one complaint, of course, was that you go to a place, you're on a quest, you need to talk to an NPC, and they're sleeping. And if you want to not lose some virtue, right? Because I believe there's a virtue hit for going over and clicking on an NPC while they're sleeping and waking them up. There are people who want to be in the immersion of it and then say, well, if the NPC's sleeping, I can't do the quest. So I gotta wait a half an hour or whatever until that NPC gets up and goes to work, Um, so what I'd like to do more properly is have some overlaps and things like that. And if you're going to well, let's make it easy. If you go to Soul Town to find an NPC and they're sleeping, if you were to go to Airy, maybe there's another NPC over there that you could optionally use that would actually be awake at that time. Some of this, of course, uh, would be best if we had a situation where the world was a world and the sun was still up in one area and down in another. But maybe we just have a shop in area that happens to have keep night hours, that type of thing. So anyway, I would like to be able to put uh, scheduling back into the game the way it was before. I believe that the main, if not only, reason why it was removed was because players were getting irritated that they couldn't see and talk to a specific NPC at any time they want, because they're used to that in a lot of other games. So we'll have to see what we could do. Definitely something that should be on the list of things to discuss amongst the team and figure out a better way of putting it back in. Okay. All right. So anyway, in here I have things like the leash distance, um, their wander radius, which right now is disabled for, like, these spiders in here, um, and the wander distance that they could go. I go blah 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 blah. Awareness radius. That's how close you could get before it'll know that you're there and start reacting to your presence. I'm trying to see where, because I know what we have is there's different colors. So we got a yellow one and a white line. The green line isn't here. I think the green line is supposed to be the spawn. I forget. Sadly, I got notes someplace on this, but Bisanio actually taught me about this stuff. And I believe that the green one is supposed to be its spawn radius, so it should be spawning right there. So I just want to see if I could find it in the stuffs. Um, John Marcus asks, I wanted to ask how many of the Lord British Sings work songs books actually exist in the game. I don't know. I can find out though. Well, let me see if I could do something with that while we're doing this. I want to do it off screen. Lord British Sings. Lord British Sings. Okay. Pardon my staring. Sometimes I go and click on something in Unity. Unity decides it's time to audit a whole bunch of crap. So now I gotta wait. But let me see where do I need to do. Nope, can't see that. Not that it shows anything, but you never know. You guys don't need to see that screen either. Okay. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff I'm working on fixing here. So that's me thinking in my head, not saying everything out loud. Sorry. Um, right, go ahead. This. This thing never stopped thinking. All right. Here. Good. All right. Come on. Oh, tell me it's going to do it again. Maybe. No. All right. Good. So that little sigh was because this is one of those things that has spaces in the friggin' name. Spaces are evil. They should never been allowed to be in here. Okay, so that's going to take some time. I'm running a report, so I'll let you know. So let me see. Where are we now? Oh, yeah. So let me, what I'm going to do is, um, yeah, because I'm pretty sure that the white and the yellow circles are the wander distance and leashing distances, that type of thing. Um, spawn, blah, 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 spawn, blah, 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 blah. But one of these somewhere in here is supposed to be the spawn distance. That's what I wanted to confirm before I go too far into it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. See the delays. But I don't see the spawn distance, which is weird. But, okay, so what we're gonna do, and this is just for, oh, you see it? Yeah, look at this. I'm zooming out, and the green line is growing. So I don't know. Maybe that's something else. Oh, am I on rotate? Oh, yeah. All right, never mind. That green circle was the rotation handle. All right, so yeah, so white and yellow. I'm pretty sure that. Let me see if I can wander distance, leash distance. I would have thought that would have enabled and disabled those lines, but apparently not. I remember I have this written down someplace about setting these things up, but I'm pretty sure that there's not an obvious place where those are defined. So it could very well be that one of those is the spawn distance, and I need to fix that. Now, the reason why I started down here is because the boss spider is supposed to be stationary. It's supposed to be waiting exactly in a specific spot, and so it's the one that I would have expected to see a. God, stop doing things. To see a smaller radius, but at the same time, oh yeah, see how there's a red line? Oh, you know what it is? I was too close. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not sure what the difference is between the yellow and the white. One of those two is the spawn. So the fact that anything near the edge has the ability to spawn into the void, so that needs to be fixed. The fact that the red and the blue lines are out there, that's your leashing and wander distance. Those are okay to have. I think one of the problems here is going to be that these are not unpacked. These are using the global settings for spiders. Yeah, they sure are. This is a problem. All right, so here's what I'm going to do here right away. First easy step. Disconnect them from the rest of the damn game. So this is also a way I talked about this in previous streams. Something called nested prefabs is one, and then the fact that the prefabs are packed, which again, well, I think you could see that the blue, like this one here, is it's blue, and then the rest of the stuff is now, well, gray or white, whatever. The white is what we want, or the gray is what we want. Blue ones are references to other things. Now, this is beneficial if you have well, let's say you have, I don't know, gotta be something, uh, probably a better example than what I'm going to make, but let's say, um, spiders, we'll just use the spiders, right? All the spiders across all the different zones in the game, out in adventure zones. If we need to tweak their loot table, or if we need to change something about their leash distance or whatever, then it makes sense to only have to change it once in one place, and it affects all the spiders everywhere. Player dungeons have different sets of rules, so the spider spawns in the player dungeons should not actually uh, be using that main template. If they're going to use what we call the packed version, it should be a player dungeon version of the spider that it should use. So I'm thinking that this is one of the problems that was done here when, again, this is one of the first rooms that I did as a spawned room. So uh, I think that there are some novice mistakes put in as far as that's concerned. So maybe this room has been broken all along, and I just didn't know. But since I'm here, I'm going to unpack this as well, get this done. Okay, yeah, none of this stuff, nothing in here should be connected. Yeah, see, here's the spider boss. This is interesting. This isn't even this is the spider boss spawner, and it's not even in the spawner area. So that should be put here. And yeah, same. They're all using the same ranges. So I may have, see how, well, actually, again, you might not be able to see this, but the leash distance is bold and the wander distance is bold. So I did modify the numbers here for these because those are overriding the template, but they're still not sufficient because um, apparently they could spawn out into the void. Also, I think the other aspect of the complaint was that the spiders are frozen in place, so I got to check that as well. So, all right, so now everything's disconnected. That's one, and I'll just close that up. All right, pedestal that needs to be stay off. I have to go sweep through this. I'll do that later, and make sure that there's nothing extraneous from development that needs to be deleted. So, whenever there's something disabled, like in this case, the spawner totem is disabled because you have to go and activate it by putting um, the totem down on it. So the script we leave it disabled so that way it's not there by default until you activate it. But so those are intentionally there on purpose. But if there are other things in here, which it looks like there may not be, that were left behind when we say, okay, yeah, we don't want that web in this specific place, like in a hallway or something. I turn off the web. I didn't delete it initially because maybe I wasn't sure if we were going to leave it that way. But once we definitely know we're going to leave it that way, we should be deleting it because even if it's disabled, it's taking up space and, you know, that type of thing. So optimization, optimization. All right, so let me see here now. Definitely going to have to go through here and do that. We're going to have to test to see what the symptoms are and what we could do to fix them. Uh, one of the wonderful things, this is wonderful things, the way this was developed. The original dev team did not put a methodology in place for us to test these rooms offline. So if we're in the editor, if I run this room right now, I can't place a totem. I can't override the totem as a developer yet. I have to put code in for it, but so I can't even make the spawns work unless I do some tricking in here. And even then, I may get a different result than what you would see in the game because it would tell me immediately that it failed to load the instance of the player dungeon. So it doesn't know who the owner is. There is no owner. It's all this background structure that has to happen um, uh, for that starting room. For if you make a player dungeon of a foyer, um, that is actually what holds the rules and the ownership stuff for all the rest of the dungeon rooms that you put together. And if you don't do that, then the game gets really whacked out on it. Let's see here. I think I have an answer on this. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, see, this is a little bit of a pain in the ass. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are approximately, John, there are approximately 300 of those in the game. I say approximately because I'm using math. The report literally outputs a listing of like every instance of it in the game. It doesn't give me a total at the bottom or anything like that. These tools were not meant to be pretty. They were meant to they're for DB audits and making sure that things aren't broken and stuff along those lines. And then obviously sometimes we need to make changes, like when a recipe gets screwed up or something. So anyway, yeah, there you go. It's about 300 of those in the game. Now that doesn't mean that it's 300 active players either. So the actual ones that are obtainable in the game or visible in the game could be less. All right, so now what this is going to be is a little bit boring, but let me see what I could do here for a second. You know what? I'm gonna try this. I don't think this is gonna work. This is probably gonna cause all sorts of problems, and I have to remember to turn this off when I'm done. Otherwise, I could have a problem. If I make changes and submit this with the totem turned on, then everybody's, when you place one of these rooms, they would give you the spawns right away. Don't want that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go specifically. Well, actually, I'm gonna do something even before I do this. We have the game, right? So I'm in hometown. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load into decoration station, our version of Green Acres. And we'll place one of these rooms and do an actual test to see what it's doing today. Oh, man. So let's see here now. Where am I? Nothing to see here. see if I have one of those rooms in here. No, I don't. Okay. I don't think that's placed either, so yeah. Nope, that's not that's what you wanted. Not what I wanted. Go back to Unity and spider room. Spawn. See if all this plays nice. Okay. Get out of first person mode because it's driving me nuts. Okay, so here we are. I do have some rooms placed that I was testing on. We are here for a specific purpose, so let's go do that. That was a spider room. There we go. Okay. Well, this one conflicts. This one's all right. Cancel. All right. Can't put it there because I have something out there that conflicts. Tear this one down. I know I didn't have to do that, but I'm double stepping through it just to make sure that it's clean. This might be an issue as well. Yeah, I can't place it. That's something of a interesting situation. Yeah, I should be able to place this at least in one of those directions because there is there it goes. Of course, if you're a player and you are making these dungeons, you can actually go and fly out there too. It's like if that room didn't want to place, like, see, this is here. I got some hallways and stuff, and you know, it could end up being in conflict. Seeing. Looks like there's stuff here I might have to be fixing. This room does not appear to be attached to anything, and that actually by code should be causing it to purge itself. Unless there really is a... Oh, there is. I could see it barely. It's like that three-dimensional cutout stuff. So there is actually a... it's all black, but there's actually a... see there? There's actually a cave ramp that goes down to the thing and attaches it. So for a minute there, I thought that was an orphaned room. Orphaned rooms are supposed to be purged. Ah, gotcha, not John. All right, I was wondering why you wanted to know. Yeah, it seems to be a rare one. Only 300 copies in the game, and where am I? So is this one of the ones that I was? Yeah, see, is where I was trying to connect the room before, and that definitively is in the way. So I can't put the spider room there because it would actually take up all this space. Question is, why is... Oh. You know what? My screen must be too dark. Something, or well, I'm slewing around, so I don't have the benefit of the light that I'm carrying around with me. But yeah. So this has got a hallway here too. So even though that's actually connected, but yeah. So these two, one of these is the entrance into. Oh yeah, no, this is not a foyer. So, or is it a foyer? Yeah, it is a foyer. Yeah. So this is the foyer entrance. So that entrance there is not connected to anything, and it's not, nothing's in the way. I should be able to put the spider room on there, but it won't let me drop it. So that's a problem. The fact that I can't place a spider room because I'm actually, this is on the live server. Yeah, this is I think this is the live server. So see, I could put the lava room. I can't place spider room. Those are the only two rooms I have. Unless I don't have enough points left. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, as I said, I think I'm on live, so I'm not going to do this because lovely. I should probably be on QA to do this because then I could just throw Kodos at it and see if that's what it is. You know what I could do is I'll break down. So it's too dark. I don't think the stub is just a stub. Oh, that's caught by my own trap. No, can't exit slew here because I'll just drop into the void. My slew is different than your slew. Okay, yeah. So this is a collapsible wall. Yay! Come on, do the third one. Got tired. Yeah, that's what's going on. So I guess I have another collapsible wall in here too. Yeah. Come on, open. It's been a while since I was in here playing with player dungeon rooms. But I'm going to now, of course, I could do it in the orphan way and just take out the one hallway, but I want to kind of do this in a orderly manner. Back out these pieces. So I bet you didn't think you were going to be watching somebody deconstruct the dungeon mall. Middle of the night. All right, so that's a whole leg that's gone. That leg is empty. I'm just resetting everything back down just to make sure, and I want to see if the yeah. So this is the well, this is technically a large lava room, but since we're here, we'll walk through it. I don't know if you guys have any of these out there or seen them. What is this? Black Blade Pass? Yeah, took this out of Black Blade Pass. And there's another break it down wall. We'll go through there. But yeah. Set this up, and this is going to get spawners in it as well. Going to be fire elementals in here. So get rid of that room. That's interesting. Wait, stop that. Cancel. Walk. Look at that. That's weird too. Hold on a second. Let's check something here. I'm just watching to see if any errors are incrementing as I switch between all these things. This is not letting me remove the room. That is very interesting. Oh, it's just saying that I opened this up. Right. Okay. That is unless there's another piece in here. Hold on, let me see. Slow. Oh, yes, there are more pieces. You know, somebody should tell the devs that they need more information there. You know, like it's not letting you remove it because there's something else there. Damn those devs. Come on. Closer to it. Hey, not perfect, but not bad either. So, like I said, I was doing these when I was testing all the breakaway walls. Yeah, so I mean, it would be nice. Here's the thing. It would be nice if you go to like that section and I could, change it to none and say, hey, warning, you're going to remove X number of rooms if you do this. You want to proceed, but the problem is that as with all of us, I don't know if this is the end of the. I think this is the end of it. Yeah, so I should be able to just get rid of this T. Um, as with all of us, after the first or second one, we tend to be like, oh yeah, box I have to click OK on. Fine. And then you just click on it. Then all of a sudden you're like, I just destroyed half my dungeon. So that's why it's not supposed to work. I think in previous iterations, like I said, you could actually erroneously cut off a section of your dungeon, and then you orphan those rooms. And next time you load into the player dungeon, the player dungeon itself audits to make sure everything's connected, and anything that's not connected is orphaned and then thrown back into your inventory or the bank or whatever it is. So yeah, see now I can accept that there at least, and go back. So sadly, this is a little bit more involved to deconstruct. Because no matter how many warnings we put in, even if it was like, are you really, really sure, you would get used to the idea of clicking OK a few times and then not really paying attention. Um, there is no way to undo that. As some of you guys know, because when there was a problem with one of the foyers, it broke a number of dungeons completely. So we actually had to do a little tiny rollback to get those back for those players, because there's thousands of hours involved in making those. So, all right, now that I've just deconstructed all that, so this should be, and I'm going to slew out there to make sure, should be just the foyer. And the purpose, of course, for this is to make sure that if the spider room still can't be placed, it's because the spider room has got some kind of an issue that needs to be addressed for placement. Go faster around this thing. There we go. All right. So now we have just this one room out in the middle of the dark. In the void. So, okay. So now I'm going to do two things. One, I will go, this is since the entrance is there, I will go directly opposite the entrance. So there's absolutely no chance of anything being in conflict. And go find the spider room. These are actually organized by alphabetical, I believe. So spider room is the last one. Connection none. It won't let me put them in. So something is screwy there. I'm going to do one more thing before I totally convince myself that that room can't be placed. I'm leaving, and then I'll come back in to make sure that the game completely updates itself. Because if there is anything out there that's now orphaned, it'll be purged. But I have a feeling that the spider room totally got broken somehow. Ah, man. Anybody get to see the blood moon last night? I tried. I set up my camera like at 3 in the morning and did a what do you call that, time lapse type of thing for the as the eclipse started, and then went out there when when it was supposed to be just about complete, and cloud cover. Yeah, there's the little movie shows clouds moving by, moving by, moving by, and then as it got smaller and smaller, the clouds got thicker, which actually may be scientific. Um, oh, really? Oh, sad. Would it would have been visible in Tokyo as well at that time? Um, so I know it was like, I think the bulk of the world was going to be able to see it, but I don't know where where the sun actually is at that moment. Me being in Texas, I grew up on the East Coast of the United States, so um, things like that still screw me up in my head. Anyway, yeah, there's a scientific thing where if you have a solar eclipse, where solar eclipse, right? Well, umbra, blah, blah. I forget the there's all these different types of eclipses, but the one where the sun gets blocked by the moon during the day, we had one here, I guess, what was it, 2 years ago, where the track went right across Texas and up through the states, and we were where I live, we were actually in the swath, got dark. I mean, like nighttime dark. Had a bunch of shroudies over, and yeah, it was this one last night was total lunar. The oh, or is that I'm going to shut up because my terminology is all screwed up. But anyway, the one where the sun got it was around noon actually, when that happened. It was March, coincidentally, of 2 years ago, and it was cloudy out. Cloudy out? Yeah, it was cloudy out. So we were like, oh, we're not going to see it, and blah blah blah. And then as the eclipse was happening and the sun was getting blocked, because the thermals were going away, the radiation that was causing the clouds to manifest, it literally just magically became clear, and we were able to see the actual when the sun was perfectly obliterated. We were able to see it nice and clear, get pictures, all that neat stuff. And so, interestingly enough, I wonder if there's the opposite effect when it's the moon, and if it clouded up, or if it was just coincidence, because it was getting, as it was starting, there were some clouds here and there, but they were very thin, and I actually posted my my time-lapse video up on Blue Sky, so if anybody's got that up there, you can go check it out. And as the moon was more and more obscured, the clouds just got thicker and thicker and thicker until literally, as the moon became completely eclipsed, and at that point it should have turned red. The clouds just swallowed it, and it was gone. And I let the camera run, but I mean, of course, the moon was sinking to the horizon through that whole thing. So that was it. Basically, as it was returning, it was already down to the tree line, and I couldn't see anything. So anyway, that's and because of that, I was up until like 8 or 9 this morning, and I woke up like this evening. So here I am now. Yeah. Sleep schedule is a wonderful thing. All right, so as I said, I'm going to go back in here without doing anything, just to see if cleaning up those rooms did anything to affect the spider room and allow the spider room to place. I suspect it won't. And then we'll look and see through the editor if there's a problem there. So there is a way for me to do stuff for that. So okay, so there's the spider room, and accept is not highlighted. So there's 5 different connections, and I'm not getting accept on any of them. Sadly, I can't move my camera when I do this, so I have to like, oops, no. Yeah, no, I want that. All right, I have to think ahead and aim the camera up so I could see things better. I want to see if it's cutting through. Because if the room is not in the right position, it won't highlight the accept button either. So yeah, I don't know. I might have broke this room at some point, or something else happened that broke it. Because I know I've been doing a lot of cleanup. You guys know too, because I posted articles on it. The hammers are no longer crooked and twisted. They used to be like twisted in like that. So now they're properly flat for the most part, and centered properly, and it's a standardized distance from the wall and all that neat stuff. So I'm trying to get through all the rooms. There's 150 of the damn things. So stuff tends to get done in waves. But so obviously that room is messed up, and we'll have to see what's going on. As a developer, we have a rule: never log out of the game when you're in a player dungeon. If I do that, and then I use my character through the editor or offline or anything, and connect to that scene, then it gets confused. It doesn't know who owns it and all that neat shit, like I was saying before. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and actually, I'm just going to kill the client. And then I have a way to log into the game through the editor, and that'll give me, hopefully, give me more information as to why it will not connect. Let's back up. Since we're here before, there's a few things I could check to make sure. As I said, this is not set up the way my new configurations are supposed to be. So if anybody was interested on how these things work, well, whether you like that or not, I'm going to tell you. This cube that you see is the placement collision. Everything in the game that you as a player can place in the world has placement collision. So that's from like trees, plants, chests, whatever. They'll have a box around them, and that box checks to make sure that there's nothing else in the way and things along those lines. So in a similar way, a dungeon room has a box around it for the same purpose, to make sure that nothing else is in the way. And that's why I said when we were doing that, I wanted to make sure that all the other rooms were out of the way and we weren't having any conflicts, because if any of these, any other dungeon room breaches this box, it like sets off an alarm to the game and says, "Yep, no, don't light it up. You can't place it there. That's it." Now, as you will see here, well, what I'm going to do is I will change us to isometric mode. So now we're in 2D, and drag it in here so you can see that the room actually does end right with that box. Here, it breaches the box. That's not good. So that's an error that needs to be fixed. But let's look at all the different aspects first. See, all those are okay. I'd have to actually kind of zoom in. So those are right on the line. If they go over a little bit like this one down here, I could see that there's a little bit. See that? That's actually the cap. There's a hallway, and here we'll do this. Um, where is it? So it's facing us, but we can't see it because it's dead on. It's 2D. Um, there's a hallway here. It's right there, and there's a capstone on that, which is invisible from this aspect. But if you're in the hallway, you could see it, and that's what's that's when you go to add on another dungeon room. That's the piece that you interact with the hammers. Um, so that could go over the line a little bit because it's going to be removed. Um, and we don't want any of the dungeon rooms to be that close to each other anyway. This one here, where it's just the stairwell, I'm going to go back to 3D. Stop that. Yeah, see, there's a stairwell, and there is no entrance there, so there is no reason for this to be over that line. So once again, we will just confirm, go back into our isometric, and make sure that all of our components are within this box in all directions. We know that one's broken. And then we'll just check the top. So we have, yeah, it's just this one side. Now I could do this like that. This will not affect currently placed dungeon rooms, the spider rooms. So by changing this line, if somebody goes to place a spider room now, then it just eliminates the risk that there might have been something else, a hallway or something over here off of another entrance from something that might have merged in and clipped with each other. So you can see the two things fighting with each other. So now I'm just going to get closer so I could make this more precise. There's no reason for that line to have a lot of empty space. It won't hurt anything, except that, if I put it out here or something, then you would have more of a chance of another room colliding with this thing. So, so there you go. That's how that's supposed to be. That looks better. So go ahead. I'm going to save that. Now, is that the reason why? I don't think so, because nothing was there to collide with it in the end. So we got that, and oh, as I said, all right. Well, I turned on the totem pedestal here. I'm gonna go ahead and turn that back off again because I could do other things to turn it on. So we'll just leave that alone for the moment. Save this. So I have no risk of actually, because now I have a change I'm going to submit, and I don't want to risk putting something in the game that's not supposed to be there. So what I'm going to do is I go to that black screen, that wonderful black screen that you guys get to enjoy for about 15,000 minutes while the game is booting up. And before anybody says, no, it shouldn't do that. I don't know why. I don't know what the original devs did, why they did that. Of course, as anybody who's paying attention will know that that scene, or that, that initial screen is called demo startup scene. And even that is pointing to the fact that nobody was cleaning up after themselves. So it shouldn't be a demo. It should really be named something else, like main menu or something along those lines, boot up, something along those lines. But that screen should not be on this, should not be there for so long. And I've read up on a little bit of that recently, and it looks like it's somewhat common that developers, when they're starting to make their games, they're loading assets into this black screen that they shouldn't do, because that's what the delay is. It's loading a whole bunch of things in the background that just aren't needed yet. So I mean, even this, there's an overworld camera in this screen, which doesn't need to be there, because from here you only go to the main menu. So why would you put that there? Okay, so let me start this up, and we're going to log into the game from scratch. This gives me the added debug tools that are available in the editor, and we'll be able to see what's going on. Hi, Torque. Yeah, so hopefully, I'm hoping that there'll be some kind of a message popping up that's not showing up in the debug screen on the actual game client. And if not, I mean, hell, if it places now, we may have actually fixed it with that box, but I don't think that box is really it. So, all right, I'm going to play online. We have a little extra abilities to do stuff here, so I'm just going to make sure I'm on QA. So we're going to log on to the QA server, and this is server. Gives me some start a world map. Gives me some extra kodos to play with too if I needed to buy more points. But since now in QA, of course, the dungeon is still going to have all those rooms in it. But we proved out that those other rooms, though they would have conflicted in one place, not in all places. So I have other test dungeons as well if I really need to. So let's see what else is going on out there. Still not accurate. About Twitch. Strange. All right, let's go into our Green Acres test scene. Every time I come in here, it's raining. I don't know why. Nope, nope. Actually, it's going to clear up. How about that? In case you were wondering as well, you might see some serious lag because I'm doing this through the editor, which the editor is running all the stuff through source code on the client side. So if I make changes, we'll see the changes for the most part um, from whatever the client patch would be for it. And the server side is still using the QA server as its server. So before I even go in there, I need to give myself the item. And did I save that last? No. Yes? Yes, I did. Good. All right. Give myself the room. And we'll go into the dungeon. And by the way, this particular dungeon that I'm using right here is my official, as official can be in this situation, test dungeon in our test area. So, oh, that's right. Is this going to be this? I think this side was the one that was not used. Nope. Nope. All right. Maybe. Oh, that's right. This is the one that's the pool. This is the lava pool room. So I could just get rid of that. There's no. That's a one entrance room. There's no other place to go. Just know for sure that that's now a clean side. That nothing else should be conflicting with it. And there's our spider room, and we still can't place it. It's going backwards. Okay. So then again, just to turn on the light now, but yeah. See, there's nothing here that should be preventing that from placing. So with that said, being in the editor, I could do some neat things. Let me see here. I gotta unmaximize. Oh, I'm in the void someplace. Yeah. Oh, that's right. This is the blue version. Don't ask me what the orange lines are. I mean, I know what the orange lines are, but don't ask me why they're at an angle. It's just there's some silly stuff going on there. But anyway, with all that said, this is a little bit of a better situation, so I can confirm that there's absolutely nothing in the way. And sadly, though, if I go into the menu, well, actually, we might be able to do this. Let's try I'm always up for experimenting with things. So again, I'm going to lower. Stop that. I still haven't figured out how to. Not slowing. Um, I'm mounted. What the hell am I mounted on? Oh, oh, yeah. All right. Well, I kind of hinted at this at the last stream anyway. I'm working on the coconuts as well as everything else. Because Ravalox does 1,000 things at once. Um, but I'm poking around at the coconuts to see what's broken with them. So actually, if you look close enough, you'll see that there are coconuts in my hands. Yeah. So trying to figure out why the coconut mount is broken. I found a number of things already that are broken with that. I mean, it's not a high priority to like I the guy who was working on that was who when we did the horse mounts and stuff. Um, he oh, you're welcome, Torque. Um, uh, the coconuts got broke when we implemented the horses, when the mount system, and sadly, it's not that there was. This is the guy. The dev's name is One and Only, and he is. I am not worthy. He is awesome. This guy. Sadly, his wife passed away when right around that time, and he was working on fixing the coconuts, but um, he uh, he actually left the industry uh, for um, for at least I don't know if he's back doing anything now, but he he had to take care of himself and his kids and stuff. So things real life got in the way as far as that's concerned. Even though this is kind of real life too, doing the development. But anyway, it's just it's uncomfortable type stuff to talk about. So sadly, this isn't one of those things where some dev got like overloaded with work or didn't know what they were doing or anything like that. This was literally he was ripped away from the project, and then there was nobody else on the team, including Chris, who was uh, verbose enough in what code was being used to the mounts to fix it. So I'm now going to look at it and see if I could either get it back to where the coconuts work the way they used to work, or I have to make them into a mount properly the way the mounts work today. So, but anyway, not something that I'm allowing to take a lot of my time. But while things are like a build is running or something where I can't do anything else, I tend to go mess around with things like that. So that's what was going on there. Um, so interesting. I wonder. Nope, it's not. I was kind of hoping that's why I couldn't place the room too. Um, okay, so where was I? Oh, yeah, yeah. So here's my plan. I'm going to bring up the menu, bring up the room, right? We're at connection number one, which has a long hallway. And I'm going to switch over to this other tab here in the editor. So now I could actually see what's going on. The room is physically put there. It just won't complete the connection. So the question is why? And we don't have anything conflicting, right? There's no hallways that are like this, the stair here that goes off into no place. It's not, not in danger or anything. So let's see what it looks like on the connectivity. And I can see that I think this is where the problem might be. So let's see. I can, it's kind of like a pseudo editor type of thing. Anything I do here will be undone um, when I stop playing the game from the editor. So nothing is permanent. Notice, well, I guess you probably, I don't know if you can see these things or not. Uh, this one here is grayed out. This is the end cap, which you don't see because it's turned off anyway. Uh, but let's go there. See, I was referencing this before. See, from this side it's visible, but over here it's invisible. And this is gonna, that box that we were looking at, right? So some of these stones are technically outside of that box, which is it's actually kind of a good thing. So you get a reference that the box is really running right along this line here from where that brick is and where that line drops down. That's where the collision box is running. And the collision box on the foyer or foyer uh, may actually be intersecting with each other. So this may be like everything's not on the same stupid grid, right? Yeah. Anyway, watch any of my previous dungeon room build streams, you'll be familiar with that mess. So anyway, when you connect a room, the first thing that happens is that gets turned off. So that's why that's sitting there turned off like that. Now, if I go in here, I should see there's the placement collision, right, for that. And let's see if I turn on placement collision for the foyer, if I can find it. Of course, placement collision is going to turn off when I unclick. Well, I don't know. Let's see. But I needed to get into the right area. Dungeon piece starting area placement collision. There we go. All right. So let me just close up all this other crap, and then I can hold down this. No, not that. That's too much stuff. This. There we go. Now we have a good visual of the placement collision. And I could do the same thing I did before, put ourselves in isometric mode. And go to the top. There we go. Scroll back a little bit and see what we can see. And they are exactly on top of each other, which I believe is what we want. Yeah, scroll all the way in. Yeah, see, it's just one line. I think it's one line. So that pretty much tells me that placement collision itself should not be preventing the connectivity of these two rooms. And like we were talking about before, said some things are sticking out, like in the spider room. So I think it was something on this side, right? The hallway was sticking out a little bit. When we have this, like these archways are sticking out the way they are, and they are sticking out beyond the thing. You can see it's halfway through the column. That's on purpose, so that way we don't need a transition piece to go from brown marble to dungeon wall, dungeon brick, or something like that. That's what it's called. But yeah, so you can see there's the line, and it's literally right in the middle. These should not have any collision. Yeah, there's a box collider. I don't think that they cause a problem. So let's do this. Let's turn all that off. And you can see, it's lining up exactly where it's expected. That hallway is not breaking through the marble. The marble, of course, is also paper thin. So placement-wise, it's exactly where it should be. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to leave that stuff off that I just turned off and go back to the game and cycle through and go back to this one. back into the scene tab. A little latency there. Editor latency. So again, it looks fine, and I'm not getting any console errors. So weird. Very, very strange. All right, so that's a little bit of troubleshooting. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here, cancel this, and I'm going to go give myself the other two versions of the Spider Room and see if they place okay. Then I can do some comparisons, things along those lines. But this is actually not something I expected to be on the list of things to do. I was expecting to be able to put the room in place while playing the game, and then see all the stuff like the spiders sitting there doing nothing, that type of thing. Um, the reporting player actually showed that on the bug. Has a little video up there showing that where the spiders are spawned in the wrong places and not moving and things along those lines. So I was kind of hoping that what happened was that the room got shifted off its coordinates and all the spawns were shifted, but that's not the case. And then the other thing I was kind of hoping was possibility of the nav mesh getting screwed up, which is possible. But that the nav mesh, yeah, I suppose the nav mesh actually could force things to spawn outside of the box. This is if you guys have ever seen it yourselves, where pets every so often there's or I shouldn't say so often, in the past, because I think we've corrected most of this. Uh, you would go to place a pet on a lot that has a haystack on it, and then the pet basically blinks off the lot or won't place at all, and that's because that haystack has something we call big box disease, or blue box disease, and the blue box is kind of like those uh, collision lines, right? It's the collider box, and that box with the blue lines tells the item, well, tells the NPCs, including your pets and stuff, that that's a no-go area. You're not supposed to, pets can't walk there. That's what prevents NPCs from walking into your house, actually. Otherwise, NPCs might wander into your house. And so when you go through your doorway, we actually have a blue outline of a doorway there, so that way NPCs can't just wander into your house. Scotty had that happen when he was working on the new house he was building, or is building. There's a thatched roof row house, and he hasn't finished it to hand it to me to go, and then I'd go in there and I'd do all the hookups for things. So the door doesn't have the NPC blocker, and he was like, um, I don't remember if he called me up or if I was there or something, but he was telling me about it. He was like, I just went in the house and upstairs there was this NPC walking around in the house. And, yeah. So anyway, that's going on. So on the other side of things, if that blue box is too big, then it'll force the NPCs to teleport off the lot and either uh, um, spawn like on POT land, but then be frozen and they can't move around, or spawn on a neighbor's lot. And these are symptoms of bugs that were reported over the years. And so they're like, my pet is on my neighbor's lot. Don't have any permissions to put a pet there, but the pet's there. So anyway, we fixed all those. Well, I shouldn't say all, but we fixed all the ones that we know about. And whenever we see we test every once in a while and we check, we find new ones every here and there, but not anything as bad as the ones that were in the game before. Some of the items that had blue box disease um, had blue boxes that were almost the size of an entire POT. They were just absolutely huge, which is why nobody saw them in the first place, because they were so big. That's why, like, anybody who's been here all along tonight, the red circle and the blue circles were so far out that I was too close and I didn't see them until I zoomed out. So anyway, with all that said, uh, yeah, I don't know why I was saying there was some comparative there, I guess, um, uh, as to what I was hoping, right? I was hoping that to find something along the lines. So if the nav mesh is screwed up, it could be forcing the NPCs, the spiders, to be spawning, popping off into the wrong place. So that's still a possibility. But why does it not place in the game? Um, so that's a question. So with that said, let's go and give ourselves another um, spider room. Deco, and then the other name is close enough that I could do again. Pristine. There. All right. Now I have all 3 spider rooms in my inventory, and we could go over here. We'll remember to cast light, and we will also remember to keep our camera up so we can see things better. And we got, this is the spawn one. And of course, I turned off the stuff, so it's weird. But so there's the deco one, pristine deco, and I notice I could accept it. So that one's placeable properly. This one is placeable properly. This is the original deco with all the debris and crap. So we definitively have something wrong with the spawning version of the spider room. So what we'll do, again, I can't log out here, still cause problems. So I'm going to go back up to Decoration Station. And when I arrive in Decoration Station, I'll be able to stop the game. And then what we'll do is we'll overlap um, the spawning spider room and the pristine deco one, just because there's less crap to worry about. And see if see, even this is weird. But this is a test scene, so it keeps on putting me back over here instead of, I should really come out right in front of my. That might be because I wasn't standing on the scene on the lot when that happened. I don't know. I gotta look into that crap. That goes back into Lord Settleton, who changed all the permissions in the game for the lots way back in the day. No, actually, Torque, if you need to ask questions, the official and only way to reach out to the devs would be to do so through support. So support at shroudoftheavatar.com, and you could ask your questions there. Okay. Yeah, we're not taking PMs or DMs anymore. So no one specific. Not don't feel bad about that. But we we have an influx of people asking us questions and stuff in there, and the best thing to do is just go for support, and that way everything can be funneled to the right person. Okay, so let's see here. I will go to. I'm going to put the spawning room in first. Okay, so there we go. There's our wonderful spawning room, still in 2 dimensions. Isn't it cute? Okay, so let's go to the placement collision and get rid of all the other crap. And I will go to isometric and do a top down. I'm curious to see this, right? So now I could compare just by taking the pristine deco one and dragging it in, and look at that. They are not centered on each other. This is not good. Why? Why? That's off by 90. That's off by 90. Ooh, that is weird. You guys see what I see? I mean, this doesn't say this is the problem, but I would have expected, especially with these rooms, these are pre-existing rooms, right? So I'm going to go ahead and put the original room in too. So, and we'll disable that one. Click on this one. See, the two original decorated rooms, or decoratable rooms. Of course, the original one is the one that I didn't make, is the one that has all the debris and stuff, right? The webbing and stuff like that. So that's what we see there. Um, and I am going to temporarily make a new folder, put that there, and then take all this stuff and put it in here. So now I can just turn off this, and that's the spawned one. It's now off. So let's compare these two. See if I just go click between the two of them, the outer box, the placement collision shape, is exactly in the same spot. Yeah. So like I could do that. So now they're both highlighted, and you can see nothing changed. If I was to go up here and I'll turn this back on, right? You click on that one, and then this, and we can see they are not in the same spot. Now, by itself, this isn't a problem because every room is where it is in the void in space, and then when you add it in, it's clicking, like onto the hallway that you're trying to click it onto, or whatever, the entrance, or whatever it is that the hammers where you're doing that. So this shouldn't be a problem in itself, but I find it interesting because the two additional rooms, the pristine and the spawn room, were created off of the template of the original deco room. So I wouldn't expect it to have shifted. Um, the at the worst case scenarios, the box would have been bigger because I know I added stuff in. Like the hallway that goes down the side here that goes to the boss room and stuff, right? But I would think that at least two of the walls of the collision shape would have been shared, exactly shared. What's that? No, I can't fix it. So here's what happened. Here's what will happen if I move this. If I move that room to line up perfectly with the other two and save that and publish it, anybody who has a spider room placed in the game will have that spider room move and will cause problems. Obviously, the spider room itself, if its connection is broken, will become orphaned, and then it will be ripped out of your dungeon. What's the problem with that? It's only one room. Oh no. Problem is that this dungeon room has like what, 6 connections total. So there's 5 other possible connections that you may have going to hallways and other complete sections of your dungeon that will all disappear because this is the only way that they get back to the rest of your dungeon. So I can't move this. I can't fix that. I don't believe. Well, I know that that's not like the issue, right? So now temporarily I can move things to, if I want to do my troubleshooting diagnostics, but I can't save it. And then whenever I find the problem, I'd have to go back to the original uh, um, version of this room now and go fix the problem so it's in the right spot. But as I said, I don't even think that's worth worrying about at the moment. This is not the issue. but I find it interesting that it is offset, especially since the this room says it's at 0. This room says it's at 0. Is this negative 92? Yeah. See, it's all that. That's all right. And then this one says it's at 0. Um, oh, that is interesting, isn't it? All right, we're gonna check something here. Because I'm seeing that the zeros on here are bolded. And since they're bold, that means that they're not the defaults that come with the prefab. So I'm going to take the deco version and I'm going to override everything I just did and import deco version. And it says zeros too, so it's not. It's just lying to me. I do find it interesting that it's rotated off at 90. I don't know why that is, but all three of them are rotated at 90, so that's not the issue either. All right, discard those changes. Let's see if there's anything that got messed up. Stop it. Sometimes Unity doesn't respond at all, and I get very upset about that. Okay, so the next step in my troubleshooting is going to be, yeah, I want to go isometric. I just want to keep this thing kind of clean and easy to look at. Things get darker when it's isometric because the lighting settings don't actually fully apply to it. Collider, well, that's kind of messed up too, but that doesn't matter. All right, so if I go here, sadly we get all the other crap because this is the parent of everything. But we have 6 connections total, and they're all listed here. And I'm going to make sure that they actually are referencing the right things in the file, and they are. So let's go, we'll stick with one connection, because if it's something like that, then fixing one connection will tell us what's wrong with the rest of them. The connection visuals are there. I guess we'll take it out of this metric anyway. Is you can see there's our crossed hammers. So the connection visuals are there, and now I'm going to make sure that it's referencing the right stuff. So the end cap, it's right. The hammers are here. The end cap is here. Sometimes, like if like I or whoever gets confused, we might attach those hammers here to an end cap in another hallway. So that's the whole point there, is to make sure that all the items are referencing the right piece. And so far, that is exactly right. Piece connection. Yeah, so we got our disable object, our connection visuals, and then yeah. So if you select connection 1, which is entry 0, yes, that's programmer math. Then it has this stuff referenced, and the connection visuals are there, and the end cap is there. So that's all good. Player characters, that's proper. This is all correct. I'm going to turn on the grid. I do actually use a grid for this. Show the grid, which you can cannot really see. Um, so yeah, see, in this room is this the spider rooms were made before the standardization thing. So what I try to do nowadays is that the segments, it's like if I click on this hallway, you see how the hallway ends there. This hallway is the width of one of these grids, but you can see it's not exactly on grid. Um, and that's what led me to make those half hallway, the 4 meter long instead of 8 meter long hallway pieces, because a lot of the older rooms um, are not on grid correctly, so the hallways don't match up, and sometimes you could end up having a hallway that ends there, and then the next piece starts right on that line, and you have, or well, a little bit over that line, and then you have a gap in the middle. So again, because of the same issue I just said before, if I can fix them, but then once I fix them, existing ones in the game will be broken. So the solution is going to be uh, that the existing rooms, whether they're um, recipes or purchased, will be retired. So anyone, if you have it in your dungeon, it'll still be there. It'll be fine. Uh, but I will take, like, let's say the spider room, I'll make a new copy of it and I will fix it completely, put it on grid, make sure everything's all right with it. And then um, that will become a new recipe to replace the old recipe. And the old recipe will be basically retired. You won't be able to get the blueprints for it or anymore. The blueprints that you get will be referencing the new recipe and stuff, so on and so forth. Um, that's again, it's a bigger project. But again, this should not cause any of this to not work. So connection one, we got to figure out why connection one is not connecting. Um, one of the things that needs to happen to make this organized properly is that the connection visuals are a half meter in from the edge of the hallway, and they are. So, and otherwise, this is just the, well, I just hit the wrong button on that one. Sorry. So, yeah, my box divider. Yeah, and this is the Z is on 4 and 1, and that's it's this the connection is on on grid, as it were, right? So it's on the 4 meter spot, which really this should be like on either 0 or 8, but 4 meters is fine. It's a solid number, whole number, and everything's right. So this is not where the problem is either. Hmm. Um, Somehow I think I feel like I'm missing something. That's something. Connections. WP's connections. References got the right visuals. Yeah, we don't have to enable any objects. So this is all the way it should be. Placement collision is referencing placement collision. That's all right. And even if any of these other connections are messed up, they're individual, so they wouldn't affect dungeon connection one. So I would expect that dungeon connection 1 should work. Yeah, so even this, you can see how the hammers are twisted. This is the old hammer set. But again, this is just a visual, so it's not like all the numbers up here are like have huge fractions on them and crap. But none of that should have any impact on placement. See, here's an example of what I was talking about before. I got webs. This hallway by default comes with webs. So those are disabled and they shouldn't be there. So deleting those now. They were just left there, and they're going to be left there on all of these hallways. So it's got to be a larger cleanup project. Okay. Well, I hope this is interesting enough to keep attention because I could say, well, I'll go figure this out later and jump on to something else, but I think I need to look at this and figure this out now. So I'm going to keep on working on it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the nav. I might have to redo the nav mesh for this and see if that fixes anything. But even if the nav mesh overextended, I don't think. I mean, I don't think it would not overextend in all directions. It would only overextend in one, maybe two directions. So out of our 6 connections, our 6 hallway connections, we should still get a nice solid, like able to place in at least one of the directions. So I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Well, you know what? We're just gonna take a quick glance at the settings on this thing and make sure yeah, it is a dungeon piece. It costs 50 points. So it is set up correctly. It's not that. No, so I'll delete unused stuff later. Well, you know what again, when I run the game through the editor, it's using my copy of the prefabs of the dungeon room itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start disabling stuff. So I'm going to take all the spawns and the boss area. I'm going to turn those off. Oh, what's this? Oh, okay, let's see. It's interesting. Why is that called that? All right, so as I said, spawners, boss area. I'm going to turn those off. It makes it easier to look at. Haha. Oh, that's interesting. See, this is organizationally this piece of wall was put into the spawners in the boss area, and of course that's going to be because the hall the stairs are here, so now there's going to be missing a wall into the void, which is fine. That won't hurt anything once you walk through it. Then I'm going to go full tilt here. I'm going to leave connection 1. Where is it? Straight broken connection 2, 2, 3, 4. Oh, these are yeah. And It's so much easier to look at when it's using the new formatting than I did. All right, so connection 1 is all the way down there. So this through this, I'm going to turn all that off. And what the hell? I'll turn off all the deco too. Oh no, actually, yeah, the big deco actually has the walls in it. Jeez, man. Yeah, organization wasn't a priority back in the day, I guess, you know. But all right, so now we only have one connection that's active, and I literally turned off the hallways. I didn't have to turn off the hallways, but this way they're physically not there. I just want to, we only have the one hallway, and that's extending out, and that is connection 1. Oh, what's this? Connection 6. Why is that all the way down there? Okay. Guess this is, yeah. Oh, just you wait until I fix all this. Um, again, I would do a rebuild on this right now, but uh, actually, that would probably be more interesting for you guys to watch than me doing what I'm doing right now. But if I do that, this is going to be a 2 to 3 day cleanup job to rebuild this room completely. I mean, the hierarchies, as you can see here, it's got a, I'll say like 1,000 objects in it. So if I expand everything, there you go. So all that crap, all that has to be reorganized properly so it's in its correct buckets. And I see like 0.99998. That's wrong. There's just a bunch of shit that needs to be cleaned. So I'm going to go ahead and save this though. And now I can go back. As soon as it decides to do something, I will go back to the game, log in, and when I go to place this room, it should now be this version of the room because it's getting all the client material from my editor instead of from the regular game client. If I still can't place it and there's still no errors, I may actually go and reset its location and see if it fixes it. And if it does, then that means I have to retire the old recipe right away, rebuild this room from scratch, put out the new recipe, and get everybody to go get the new recipe and stuff like that. Uh, the Where we could probably, if I had to go down that path, um, then what I would end up doing is basically have everybody bring their existing spider rooms that aren't working and trade them for a pre-built one that's now working, right? So they don't have to go through the recipe process and things like that. There would still be obviously some inconvenience if this was the case. This is all hypothetical. But if it was a situation where I have to do something to the room that will break people's existing dungeons, that would be the only way for me to be able to do that as a swap out. And then people would have to restructure dungeons or just leave the ones that don't spawn correctly in there and leave them as unspawned. I could probably even disable the spawning on those. Yeah, yeah. And then you could just leave them in your dungeon as a decorated type of version 1. I could even add decoration surfaces to it. So that would probably be the way to go. Yeah. Um, if I had to do that, if I find that the fix will break existing, in this particular case, what I would do is I would disable the spawns in it. I would add decoration surfaces to it, so it will just become an alternate version of the original decoratable one, and then any player who wants to swap out from an existing spider room can get the fixed spider room pre-made. That's how this is a recipe one. This is not a purchased room. So that's how that would go if that was the case. And then, because it's all up to the player. If the player has a dungeon where they're like, yeah, I'd like to swap out that room, but that means I have to rebuild, 15 other rooms that are behind it, then that's the player's option as to whether they want to do that. If they want to keep the room, they still keep the room. Then I would say go, go use the new recipe and build a new version of it. So, okay, anyway, blah, blah, blah. It's a lot of hypotheticals, but this is, part of all this process. Got to think ahead about a bunch of stuff. All right, so this is done. Go back to the startup scene, start the game, and then we'll see if I've made any impact. I don't know whether to say I hope I am or not, because I don't. I mean, I turned off a bunch of stuff, but you never know. Maybe the spawners themselves were causing a problem. But turned off the spawners, turned off all the other connections. If I'm able to place on connection one, that would be a good thing because then that means that the room itself as a whole is not a problem. And then I just have to start turning things on one by one. I think what I would end up doing is turning up on all of the other connections first as a whole, and then see if it stops working. And if it stops working, then I turn off the connections one at a time. It's all isolation stuff. So, okay. I want a pizza. I really should be eating something. I didn't eat dinner this today. I'm a bad boy. Cat dude, what are you doing up? You get up this early? Are you a morning person? Or maybe fell asleep. This is boring. All right. Yeah. So I'm not gonna take you through a tour of anything because I'd probably get yelled at. As you can see, we have a whole bunch of stuff segmented in areas, staging for pre-building to be ready. Ah, there you go. All right, you're on it. Yeah, you're just like me. Okay. Yeah, yeah, it is the term. Been there, done that. Especially every time I go to do a thing in Unity, it stalls off because it's thinking about whatever. I can't just sit here idle even for 30 seconds. I need to have something else going on. All right, so enter the dungeon. Yeah, so yeah, the overnight thing. I had a feeling. I thought you slept during the day a little bit there. Yeah. Yep. 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 Yeah, I've gotten to a point where sun doesn't bother me when I try to sleep. All right, so let me see if this is not. Yeah, no, this has got. That's right. I guess we cleared off this side here. So we'll go over here and go one back this way, and there's the one with the spawns, and we still can't place. This is kind of like a bad sign overall because Yeah, see, notice that if I, here, let me cancel and go. I have this habit of aiming my freaking camera down. So here we are, right? I go into the menu and we go to the room. We know it's the last room, but because I turned stuff off, right, it's not going to operate correctly. So, for instance, you could see here that um, there's a wall there that is not being turned off. Um, well, actually, that's connection one. Oh, look. Oh, yeah. Hey, look, I can accept it though. Aha. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. Did did I do something different? Oh, wait, no. I do have all right. Progress. So let me explain. Um, there's red text down here at the bottom. My 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 camera is blocking some of it, but and not on purpose. I don't really care if you guys see that or not. It just says missing reference exception. The object type of dungeon piece connection has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Now that may or may not be from. No, actually, I have that thing set up to clear any errors from previous play modes. So that is from me doing what I was doing right now. And basically, I'm going to turn off the maximization here. Maximization. Yeah, that's the word. Turn off maximize. And now I could go to the console and see I got 5 errors, 4 warnings. Well, the animation, the coconut thing that I was working on before, that's always going to be a warning in there. Um, and that crap doesn't matter either. That doesn't matter. Connection error. Too many connections for ID. That's a problem. Um, especially since there's only one connection enabled. Oh man. All right. So you guys aren't going to get the joke, but basically, um, did I disable the connection visuals on this? I don't know. There's an entity ID that's assigned to this, and it's basically saying it's duplicated. So that's really where the problem is for this. Um, so somewhere, like one of the other rooms that I have in here is using the same entity ID as this connection. That in itself will break all of this. Um, and that kind of explains a lot of stuff. Um, and then the missing reference is because I turned something off that I probably shouldn't have turned off when I was doing my testing. So let me see there it is. Button select piece left. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, this is runtime shit, I think. Yeah, it's panel UI. All right, so that's actually kind of not relevant right now. We have the progress though. We have the progress. Okay, now just to find out, I don't know if I have to kill the game and start it again. I might have to do that. Because cancel is not working, and that's the reason why that's not working is because we had the exception that broke the script. Once there's an exception, this is you guys might have seen this in game. If you ever play in the game and you're doing a thing and something doesn't work, let's say you try to move an item from the world into your inventory and it stays red, that type of thing. That's generally caused by communication latency between you and the game server. But it could end up also really being some kind of an exception error. And so basically, if nothing works after that, like your inventory doesn't respond at all, and certain things in the world don't respond anymore, that's because the script has been aborted by the game to protect itself. So in this case, that's why this UI window here, I can't do anything. And that's why we got that one error. It was really for this one of these arrows. that said that we tried to destroy the object and when it was still in use or some crap. That's because the unexpected um, exception broke the script got aborted, and then another process that was monitoring this UI window said, hey, he's clicking on that arrow, and I can't allow him to click on the arrow anymore because it's not really there, even though it's still there. So this is, in programmer terms, this is a condition that should have been guarded against. So even if there is an error with whatever's happening that's not letting this room place or whatever, it should log the error that's caused, that's saying, hey, you tried to place a room, blah, 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 it didn't work. So that way we have something to troubleshoot. And it should not spew out an exception. Thereby, because like right now, I mean, I'm done, right? I can't do anything here. I mean, I'm on a GM client, so I could use some tricks to get out of this. But uh, you see, as a player, the only thing you'd be able to do is exit to the menu, and then reload the scene but look, nothing. It broke a whole bunch of the UI. Um, so basically, I just have to stop the game. And before I go and play the game again, I will go through this a little bit more closely, make sure that I didn't disable something I shouldn't have that caused that to break. But we did get an accept button on connection one. The first time we did it, we didn't, which means that there was that underlying error was there, and then we got the exception. But when we went and brought it back up again, we did get the accept button. So this is a good sign. It kind of means that something's going on with one of those connections, and we did find that duplicate ID. So I could fix the duplicate ID thing pretty much right away. Um, do, do, do. So let me see. I just got to find where the hell I am. Yeah, see, when exceptions happen like that, it completely resets where I am in the project. So spider, spawn, that should be enough. Maybe not. Room. Okay, there we go. Reload the thingy. All right, now of course, it's gonna, because I saved it, it's gonna remember that I turned off a whole bunch of crap. Um, Maybe we might have to rebuild this a little bit because that's, even in the troubleshooting, this organization, which is not organized, um, it will lead us to trying to troubleshoot and disable things erroneously. So that's part of why the new organization makes a hell of a lot more sense and makes it easier to find things. Um, Plus LODs, because I'm pretty much telling you there's no LOD in this thing at all. Which, when you guys think about LODs, generally everybody would think about that and up on the surface world, right? Say, oh, I'm far away from something, it should go away so it doesn't bother my GPU as much, and that type of thing. Well, same thing happens if you have a huge dungeon. If you have a dungeon the size of, like, let's say Flares, anybody who knows Flare, you get up into those size dungeons, then all those dungeon rooms that are out of sight don't need to be there, and it's taking up memory. It's driving your CPU crazy. It's driving the GPU crazy. Anyway, blah blah blah. All this stuff that we could fix. Just need more people's and time and money. So subscribe to the game. Support the game. Buy some ultra rares. Got that sale going on right now. Let's take a moment for a break. Just want to check something while I'm mentioning that. See if my percentages changed while we've been talking. Yeah, actually, it has gone up. Somebody's bought some Coda packs. can't really tell you how many. Not that I would, but I wasn't paying attention close enough before to tell you how much we've really gone up. But we are definitely. That's one thing that's missing. I wrote a report for this stuff, so I can kind of get a good visual, like graphical visual on it and stuff. Um, at a glance, I probably need to put the exact percentage where we are on our goal. We have a goal to get to. So, but yes, it's gone up a little bit. So I think it's worth it to say it every once in a while. So if anybody uh, wants to help support the game, this is definitely a way to do it. A one-time purchase of a 10K Kodo pack or 6K Kodo pack will get you some bonus wine cabinets. The website has details, including pictures. You could go to Hometown in the game and touch and feel the stuff. It's out there. It's already in the game, ready to be delivered. And then if you uh, want to, you can also subscribe to the game, which is a recurring monthly thing at either $9, $18, or $27 per. And I feel like so, and I know you want to get back to Doctor Who real quick, so we need to get, this many donations now during this hour, and if we get those donations, we get back to Doctor Who real quick. So, and if you do this, you'll get a tote bag. That's what I feel like right now. Um, but if you subscribe to the game, then you get subscription rewards, which includes some items that are normally sold in the Crown Store every month, and on average, uh, that value um, is somewhere around 1,500 kodos by itself, just for the three items. Then you have potions that you get that you would normally be bought in the Crown Store. And off the top of my head, I don't know what the value is on that, but there's value there. But above and beyond all, you get crowns. So like if you spent $27 for the month, for subscription a month, you get geez, I don't know. Cat dude, how many crowns do you get? I mean, you're a subscriber, right? You're a subscriber at $27 a month, right? Right? Um, let's see. I'm wandering over there. In fact, I will bring it onto the screen because since I'm total shill mode at the moment, um, I think, yeah, Oh, you're at $9. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, no, hey, whatever you can afford, that's fine. It doesn't matter. $9, $18, 27. Some people think $27 is just way too much, right? So, whether you can afford it or not doesn't matter. It's um, whatever you're willing to do to support the game is always cool. It helps. Of course, I'm going to try to push $27 one. Um, all right, so where are we? Oh, subscription plans. Yeah, so we got the three subscription plans. So I'm going to go directly to the $27 one. And you can see here you get, yeah, that's it. 3,500 gold crowns every month for $27. If I go to the store and for the add-ons where the crowns are, for $28, you get 3,200 crowns. So for $1 less, you get 300 more crowns. Math, it's hard. So, and it said even with the $9 a month, it's 900 kodos at oh, and you see, this is on sale, so $35 a month for 3,200. So it's even a better deal. Um, but yeah, normally 750 crowns are $10. So for $9, you get 900 crowns. So there's a discount as you go up the chain here, and that is definitely a good deal. You know, there's a couple of things here to say. Just I know I'm probably borrowing the hell out of you guys, but again, YouTube, right? Like and subscribe. So other people hopefully will see this video, or maybe even you're watching this video now who don't play the game or are new to the game. This is subscriptions are the main way that we get our income, and but we also have crown pack sales. So between the two, this is what supports the development of the game. And we're always looking for other ways to do it, but we also want to be nice about it. We try not to the best of our ability, we try not to do things that some of the other MMOs or online games do out there. And one of the things that we have not done is we have not raised the prices of things um, that we're making today because it's costing us more to make them, based on inflation, right? So we're not doing that. Obviously, there's things in this game that probably could use a price adjustment, but we won't go into that right now. That's actually a subject for another team meeting, which is I'm having a team meeting tonight, so I might start talking about that type of stuff. But that also requires a lot of mapping of store items, 3,000 store items that I have to go through, and then, or I should say, we have to go through and then figure out some items may actually be underpriced, some items may be overpriced, and and there's other things. Obviously, I'm sure everybody's probably screaming at the screen right now with some certain words about certain things that could be cheaper. And I'm not going to disagree with you, but obviously I got to make significant changes to the website to fix some of that stuff too. So at the moment, that's why we also introduced the way of paying for upgrades via Kodos and things. So that way you could get some pretty deep discounts. Anyway, if you have any interest in supporting the game, please consider doing a subscription. And we have 3 different tiers, so you can pick the one that you're most comfortable with. And the details are up there for each one. And it's a really good deal. Yes, as I said, we are very I don't know what the right word is. All right, it's very late at night, so I'm going to be weird about it and say, uh, if I'm doing good, you're doing good. So that's an East Coast type of thing, right? Basically, um, if if you get the stuff of the thing, we don't try to say, well, we keep it down. It's $27. Well, but we are literally giving monthly on these subscriptions. Um, that's like 30 some odd dollars right there. Nine obsidian potions. That's some cost. Which dye packs every 6 months, which I think some of the dyes in those packs can't be obtained in other ways. Um, Title updates, things along those lines. But I mean, if you start looking at the value of this type of thing, I don't know. It's at least like a very practical level, at least $50, probably closer to $100 a month worth of stuff. Um, and then plus of it, the initial thing, the base structure of the gold crowns is liquid. I mean, you can immediately use that, sell it to other players, whatever, and buy more stuff in the store as well. And again, the subscriber log-on rewards or login rewards, about 2 or 3 items per month, adds up to approximately, on the average, 1,500 Kodos by itself. So definitely a good deal. All right, I'm going to stop because this is not an infomercial. I know it looks like it was, but it's not. By the way, wish list item will be incoming for offline mode. Okay, well, currently we don't support development on offline mode, so but obviously don't hesitate to post it. Never know, it might be something that's really needed or whatever. But just keep that in mind. Um, all right, where were we now? Okay, yeah. So we had all the stuff that I disabled, and I think I might have disabled stuff I shouldn't have disabled. So let me see what I got going on here. Um, well, actually, just so I left these in place. I'm going to clean this up more. Change this to 1. So it actually will reflect the one connection I left. And let's see. This is so messy. Um, that's that. I don't know. That might have been the thing that was airing out. But see, like this hallway should not be the parent of the dungeon connection. I mean, this is the way I was taught originally. This is the way it was structured back then. It's not technically bad, but it's hidden. The connection should be the parent, so that way you could see, you know, what it's supposed to be, what it's working on, or working about. So, okay. Um, all right. So, I might stop there. Let me just make sure the spawners are just the spawners, right? Yeah, good. Okay. Spawners are safe disable. The boss area, that has no connections. The only reason I just turned that off completely. Actually, I probably didn't need to turn that off at all. But there's no scripting in there, so that should be fine. So let's leave that off for now. Um, that's just a wall piece, which actually should be in here. So let's fix that for a minute, even though that's not the right place in the end. Uh, pedestal, the spawner thing, that's fine. That's all off. That's the way it's supposed to be. Um, oh, it's expanded that. That's why. No, stop. Oh, come on, Unity. Play nice. Placement collision, and we got that. I'll bet you it's because the connections were effed up. Uh, so I'm gonna try this real quick without changing anything else about the duplicate entity ID. Yeah, because I don't want to change too many things. But if it seems like the game entity is also a problem, then I'll the next thing I'll do is I'll reset that. So we'll save this, and then we'll play the game and see. I mean, this had to have been broken for a long time. I know that it was asked about. There's one particular player who was keeping up on it, which I appreciate that. That's fine. Um, and but I would have thought it was more recent, and based on what I'm seeing here, this had to have been broken for a long, long, long time. Of course, sometimes Unity does this wonderful thing. I'm looking down over here because I have a hard drive monitor utility um, in here, so I can watch and see what Unity's doing. Because it doesn't tell you over here; it just says, just please wait, we're doing the thing," and you know it lies. So I like to watch and see if Unity's actually locked up or if it's doing something. So anyway, all right, let's go back. And, no, that's not it. Demo startup scene. Okay. Still hoping for feline masks. Yeah. I think that well, one thing is that uh, you know we made that one, the fishing hat, which still could use some tweaks, and the so before that, I did work on the tiki masks, but all that really was recoloring and some cleanup on the textures and stuff on my part. But we really need to do a lot. We have to do some mesh work before we could start doing like masks and stuff. Things that cover the head um, or go on the face. One of one of the big things I'm supposed to be doing once I get past my backlog here is to work on the Unity upgrade from 2018.4 to 6.3 probably. Um, no, 6.0 or 6.3. I don't know. It depends. Um, I don't know if I want to get too close to the actual current version of Unity because it depends on how long it's been soaking in the field. By the time I get that working, it probably is be up there long enough for not to be an issue. Um, but once we get up on newer version of Unity, then we'll have a lot more tools available to us for things along those lines. And um, this yet again, not a promise, but this yet again is another thing that needs to be looked at, is that the way that we're doing our skinned meshes for hats, clothing, things like that, how they tend to clip through, bodies clip through, or the hat, the hair clips through the hat, and things along those lines. There are other methods to do those things that will solve those problems and make it not so finagly, yeah, finagly, um, to make that stuff work. Then we'll have a skill set that a lot of people can do instead of just one. It's like right now, um, Damon, uh, yeah, so what was Damon's name in game? Uh, I can't remember something that was backwards, but I can't remember what it was. Anyway, Damon was the art director in the post Portalarium days. Um, and currently I got Scotty, brought Scotty in and I bestowed that title upon him. Um, which he dubiously accepted. But anyway, point is that there's a lot of work to do on that type of stuff, and um, Damon is one person who had skill sets. We even asked him to come in and do some stuff for us and things along those lines. So, like Scotty and I know how it's done, but we are by no means experts on it. That's where I was going with that one. Okay. So let's get into this thing. Um, oh, see, oh man, I forgot to leave the damn dungeon. I thought I left the dungeon. See, watch this. This is what's gonna happen. You're gonna love this. All right. So even though I'm logging on the QA, but I'm doing it through the editor. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is gonna go borky on me. Oh, I know why. I had to kill the game because it had the exception. That's right. So watch what happens here. We'll see if it actually does it or not. I think it's gonna do it. It generally does it this way. It'll tell me that it cannot instantiate the instance. So this could be interesting. Now I could probably put some code in. It would have to be extra code, for the editor only, for devs only. That would prevent this type of an issue to happen. I could put things in that allow us to actually do player dungeons, internally, before being live. So here's the question. Let me see if this says, yeah, see, look, I can't leave. It's not even clickable. So that's the problem of leaving yourself in a player dungeon in the editor. See, no hammers, no nothing, can't interact. So I have to use a God mode cheat to get out, and I will still need to stop the game and restart the game because it's kind of borked up in the background. Loads of fun. Now, as I was starting to say, that's not because of like Unity. Oh, Unity is crap. The editor shit. No, no. This is actually because the people who coded the functionality didn't cover the bases, didn't put protections in to prevent the exception, like I said before, and didn't say, hey, the devs are going to need to be able to test this in the editor. So extra code needs to be put in so that way we can test. We can't go into a POT. Um, uh, there's there are like the decoration station thing that's set up as a POT to a degree in offline mode. It's kind of hard coded in the project. But if I wanted to go into Darkshire Hills, which is my POT online, it's not really here. It's the structure's there, but none of my deco's there, and the governor's not assigned, and you know, it's just a it's a royal pain, and it's just because nobody bothered to set up that stuff. They said, well, why would we do that? We have the dev server, we have the QA server, you know. So it would be more efficient if it would work in the editor by itself. All right, so as I said, I think I'm gonna go ahead and stop here. This well, not stop here the stream. I'm gonna stop the game here. So I can't even log out in this stuff. I have to just hit the stop the play button, which pretty much um, the bulk of the time causes errors saying that things were destroyed when they shouldn't have been. In this case, it didn't actually, which is interesting. But see right here is plot manager basement deferred name resolution list equals null. That was so that's something that just needs to be caught in the programming and fixed, so that way we don't have a problem going back into a player dungeon. Because I mean, I was logged on to QA, should have been able to figure out where I was. So now I'm just going to restart the game now because all that stuff is cleared out and I'm in decoration station proper, and that will allow me to re-enter the player dungeon. And then I'll be able to continue my troubleshooting. And hopefully what we're going to find um, is that I just get that one connection and that it gives me the ability to accept it right away. If it does, then that tells me the problem is in one of the other 5 connections, um, which may be a duplicate and an entity ID amongst the other connections. I don't know. Um, or if I see the exception is in here, um, uh, again anyway, then I either have to restart the game with resetting that entity ID, or I might be able to pull a trick. I have a trick for that. We'll see what happens. Okay, so decoration station, good, that's safe. Loading screens are always longer on the editor, too. So, loads of fun. Okie dokie. So let's get back over here. So, head into the dungeon. And I guess just to say that I'm pretty sure that that duplicate entity ID is going to be conflicting with another one of the rooms that's already in this dungeon, but I want to go ahead and do this test anyway. Stepping through things one at a time is always a good idea. So as you see, we have our hammers back. Everything's fine. The one thing that I'd like to do, give me a second here. I'm going to unmaximize so I could grab the console out, dragging the console onto another monitor so I could monitor the console. And go back and maximize again. All right, there we go. All right, so now I could double click on that and it's interesting. There's some other error that's coming up. I don't think it's related to this. I'm going to go this way just to make sure that we have a good room that has the accept lit up. That's only a one connection room anyway. There you go. And then this is the deco version of the spider room. It's the pristine one. That all works. And there. Now we're on this. No error, but it doesn't say accept. Which again is interesting. Now I'm going to go. I think you guys saw it too. I mean, we had the accept button on this thing at one point. So I don't know. That's weird. And it's not complaining about multiple entity IDs or anything like that. There's no errors related to this. Yeah, whatever that other error was, it didn't come back when I opened up this. So that's all working as expected. So that's interesting. With only one connection in the list, I am not able to accept. But we don't have to stop the game and restart again because we can, and I'm going to do this in a sneaky way as well. I'm going to take my scene tab, I'm going to drag that out onto another monitor so we could go and maximize the game. And then I could still bring down the scene tab so I don't have to do all sorts of funky stuff to go back and forth. So what I want to do, and this is sadly the hierarchy. No, I got to do that too. Damn it. All right, hold on. No, that's it. All right, go maximize. And move my hierarchy out so that way I can see what the hell I'm doing. Maximize that. Okay, good. All right. So now I could got my object list and the scene. All right, so we have our during runtime. There's extra stuff in here as well, extra objects and things along those lines. So, but what I want to do is find. How's the room? Oh, I'm not really looking at that room because I haven't brought it up. Damn it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back, stay on top, go back in here, and there. Okay, now we got the room up. We got this. Interesting. Come on, get down here. All right, so now we're back to the point where we can see there's our one connection. Oh, interesting. There's a piece of flotsam out here. There's more flotsam out here. Is this causing our problem? I don't think so. It's already farther in, but and is it possible I turned off some of the walls or something down here? So those might actually be here on there on purpose. So whatever, we'll leave that alone. Okay, so this is where the lag gets a little. I got a new machine sitting over here that I haven't built yet. Gotta put it back. Gotta put that back together. Um, it's actually a AMD. Was it Ryzen 9 99 80 something? I don't remember. It's not the 3D one though, because the 3D one won't help with Unity. So it's the higher processor after that. Anyway, I bought that uh, quite some time ago, before RAM became more expensive than the whole machine. I don't remember how much RAM I got with that thing. I don't even know if it's 128 gigs or just 64. But anyway, where was I? Okay, so let's look at this. Yeah, so there you go. So again, in runtime, you can see this whole don't destroy on load type of thing. This is all like runtime stuff that it creates while you load into a scene to cover scripts and skills and all sorts of crap like that. And then even in this section here, like my player character itself has its own little section that comes up here during play. And then this is the dungeon room itself. So you go in here, and what I'm going to do is we're not standing in there, right? Yeah, good. All right. So what I'm going to do is connection 6. I will enable connection 6. Oh, you know what? Oh, can I do that from here? I might have to. I'm just being a pain in the. Yeah, that's not going to work. Have to get to the inspector to turn this on. And I'm doing all this stuff just to avoid having to switch back and forth, and I probably should just switch back and forth. But, yeah, do that. Just because this is the path I'm on. Shows you some of the flexibility. It does have flexibility. So, come on. It's not rendering nicely. Won't let me do it up there either. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this is again, we're on an old version of Unity, so a lot of this crap is probably fixed. Probably fixed a decade ago. What was I doing? Oh yeah. So connection 6, I'm going to re-enable connection 6, and I will disable connection 1, which is somewhere in here. Connection 5, connection 1, there it is. Turned off. Okay. Okay. In case anybody was wondering, that yellow circle is the radius for interaction. That's 5 meters of radius. So these grids are 1 meter squares, approximately. I would say approximately, just in case. But 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, then see that's partial and that's a partial. So altogether, that's 5 meters from the interactive item to the range that you can interact with. So that's our game in-game standard 5 meters for opening a door or interacting with an item that's interactable. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to go back, get that out of the way, and I have to cancel this so that way it reloads the prefab. Certain things like, scripting wise, if I change it, then the prefab, the room in this case, needs to be taken out of the game, put in like in an inventory, or needs to be destroyed, and then recreated for it to reload the scripts. Otherwise, it will still look at the old settings. So I couldn't switch between connection 1 and connection 6. So now I go to do this thing, and again, no errors, good. All right, and oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, all right. You know why it's still saying connection 1? No, that's not the right answer. Or maybe it was. Connection 1, man, connection 1 is also referenced in our dungeon piece setup. So, and I reduced the size to 1 entry, which of course is only referencing Dungeon Connection 1. So I need to change that to be Dungeon Connection 6. Oh, which is still disabled. Why is it still showing disabled? I thought I enabled this. Maybe I did not. That was weird. I could have sworn that I enabled that. Dungeon Connection 1 is re-enabled again too. Okay, well. Oh, I think I get it. All right. Which means that this is not going to play nice at all. Yeah, because when I cancel, the whole room is destroyed. It's not there. So I can't do this live. I have to kill the game, make the change, and go back in again. So, what a pain in the ass. All right, fine. All right, killing this, and then I can put my windows back. It's getting close to bedtime. Yep, 5 a.m. Console. Well, the console will stay out. It's hierarchy. All right, so I'm gonna go back to my. Oh, I docked those together, but not in the actual editor. That was stupid, wasn't it? That's proper. Um, oh, this is really all right. Spider spawn. Now let's. I kind of feel like I'm wasting time here, so what I'm going to do is re-enable all this stuff. Um, I really probably should just rebuild this goddamn structure because this is not proper. But all right, so I'm going to disable connection one, and replace connection one with connection six. And just to make sure. It is tied to its connection visuals that it's supposed to. The end cap is the end cap that's in that. There's no decoration collider. I don't use those anymore. I just feel like there's something missing. Scripts, blah, visuals. All right. Well, that should work. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and save this. And again, we gotta wait. Wait. I'll have to wait. Okay, finally done. I hate that I keep losing that. I'm really hungry. Keep looking around. It's like, where's the snacks? Oh, sprint player dungeon again. Shoot. Right. Starting on the world map because they ain't gonna help me at all. It's actually down here. Could not load basement save location for scene ID. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's all because it's being played in the editor, and more than likely there's a point where it says if Unity editor, and then it just aborts the whole process of saving that information. When I get my new machine built up, I'll probably run a server locally here and just do it that way instead. I'm doing a double hop here because I keep on ending up in Strunder. Trying to remember, yeah. See, that's part of the coding problem is that even if I go to the dungeon now and enter the dungeon, because I bypass it by going to the overworld, um, it'll still complain because there's some cache information that it hasn't flushed. It's not properly coded. So I really got to go in there and fix that. But it only affects devs, so that's why we don't. Of course, the whole reason why that happens, or I should say, let me see if I can say this the right way. Um, it affects devs for this, but it only affects devs because um, you've heard of other things that, oh, we can't do X or Y, um, and X and Y is like we can't have you we can't let you go into your dungeon, into your player dungeon from your basement, which you'd think would be a cool thing to do. I mean, and it's not a limitation of the tech; it's a bug in the tech because it just wasn't dealt with in the tech. So I think if I was able to fix the GM aspect of those things, it would probably also fix the basement aspect of them as well. But currently, it's not a feature of the game, so it's not something that's expected to work. So it's not really a bug. Um, and it's in the back of my mind, but it's not something that's currently on the list of things to do. All right. So I'm 99% sure I'd still get that error. So I'm going to go ahead and kill the game here. So that way I kind of reset things. And then I'll be able to just restart the game, get back in, go down to that dungeon. I don't know how long have I been going on the stream here? Jeez, where's I guess nothing actually tells me. I think it's been about like 4 hours or so, right? I if connection 6 acts the same way, then I will stop there for now. But I will pick this back up and when I wake back up again. Um, and I'll try to stream more of it. I'll keep going with that type of thing. Let's see other things I'd like to fix here, but it just bugs me because the other like the spawner radius stuff I think needs to be fixed, and that's something that I could do. But if I can't get the room to place in the game, I can't duplicate the problem in the game. So, as I said earlier, I can't test player dungeon rooms in the editor offline because of that same issue where nobody bothered to code it to let us do it. Um, and it doesn't know how what's happening is that when you're online, um, player dungeon information like that, where you were last in scenes and everything, that's all being saved on server side, and so the editor is not actually actively communicating back and forth for that, and that's where the bug is. or the problem is. So yeah, I have to redo that one of these days. Oh yeah, so I'm just restarting, right? So go in here, go in there, and then we'll wait. We will wait again. So you guys still awake, or did I bore you to death? Well, it looks like we have some more people into the list here. Oh, hey, I'm new. And Cat Dude's still awake. Cat Dude and I are probably falling asleep together like this, still dying. It's the right time of day for us to both go to sleep. See, now it's got me on Novia, thank God. All right, let's resume. And so as I was saying earlier, I think basically that my hopes were that if I limited it to one connection, that I'd be successful in getting in, and then that would point to it isolate where my issues were. But without that happening, if connection 6 acts the same way as connection 1 does in isolation, then what I'm probably going to end up doing is rebuilding the whole damn thing. Rebuild the structure in the prefab, and as I rebuild the structure, it will probably reveal what the problem is that way. And worst case is that it doesn't, and then I may just go ahead and reset its position, do all the stuff that I was talking about before that I can't put into the game, but fix it for myself. And then since my playing the game on QA through the editor will allow me to, it's a new dungeon, so I could, you know, place the room and everything will be fine. I could do that and test it, make sure everything's good. Then I would have to come up with a way to propagate the corrected room. But one step at a time. Let's see if this had any impact. And here we go, running back over again because it didn't save my location. Of course, it didn't save my location, more than likely because of the fact that I'm killing the game. It's not updating that file, which is again is another overlooked thing. But it only affects the editor, so what are you gonna do? Getting ready for work, huh? Did I? None. And then, see, look, no, it didn't work. So there you go. Something is awry, and sadly, I think it's pointing towards uh, the placement collision. To be honest with you. Now, of course, one of the things I can do here. What did I just do? Did it? Did it not say? I didn't hit escape, did I? Am I sleeping that much? No, saying accept. It's not letting me accept it. So why is it staying there? I should have gone back to the. Ugh, I'm too tired for this. Can't brain. Um, this should have reverted back to the lava room. Let me see. Did I get anything? No, no. Yeah, no errors. Weird. Very strange. Yeah, that lighting issue is another thing that needs to be looked at. I thought I had that figured out, but apparently it didn't work. So, of course, all the spawners are still disabled, so we aren't going to get any spawners anyway. But yeah, so I think the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to I'm going to restructure the hierarchy on this thing, rebuild the room the way it's supposed to be done now to the new standard, structurally, where I have all the components put and everything, and make sure all the unused stuff is purged from the configuration, and then go back in and test again. And if it doesn't still does the same thing where it won't place on any of the 6 locations, then I'm going to go and uh, make further changes on uh, the room's location so it matches the other 2 versions of the spider room. But I suspect that it's going to be something that is just messed up in the hierarchy, because the hierarchy is all screwed up from when building without standards. So let me get out of here and I'll just poke at that for a second with to explain what I'm talking about. Of course, I lost all that again. Spider room spawn. Yeah, I still have the nav mesh possibly being an issue. So I think I'll rebuild this and then maybe rerun the nav mesh against it. There's a script I have to run to clean up the nav mesh and rebuild the nav mesh. Anyway, point is that said this dungeon piece script is fine where it is, but then on the new rooms that I've built, I have a structure which is like I don't remember the exact wording. I usually copy these things over. Dungeon room setup, something like that. And then the placement collision, the connections all go in here. And this this keeps things more organized, so I can see what's going on, and I can actually go down the list and make sure that they're all exactly the way they're supposed to be. Um, and this one is like, as I said, the connection scripts were buried within hall pieces and stuff, and that's not, you know, again, I built this the way I was told to build it in the first place and copied it off of the previous rooms and stuff that were pre-existing, and they were all a mess. But the new standards, the new rooms that I've made are much cleaner, easier to troubleshoot. The naming on these aren't just Dungeon Piece Connection 1 and 6. It actually will say Spider with Spawns, Connection 1, Connection 6. So when the log, it tells me what room I'm actually seeing the errors from. So, if you guys have a dungeon with like 50 rooms, and then you guys send me your player log, not your well, your soda game log or whatever. It'll say Dungeon Piece Connection 1, and it'll say null or whatever. I'm like, I don't know what room that's from. So so this is all unique naming needs to be done, and everything needs to be cleaned up. So I'm going to go ahead and clean all that stuff up, which includes putting in the LODs and all that neat shit. I'll do that offline, well, hopefully offline, and when I stream next, hopefully later on tonight, after probably after the team meeting, unless for some miraculous scenario I only need 4 hours of sleep, which does happen sometimes. So if I'm up by noon or 1, I might be on back online streaming in the afternoon. But then in the evening, as I said, I'm busy. I got um, uh, dev team management stuff that has to happen. After that's all over, depending on how long that meeting runs, uh, I'll probably stream somewhere around 10 p.m. or midnight Central Time tonight, and pick this up where I left off, or where I'll give a summary of what I did in the meantime. So, yeah. Anyway, not very productive tonight as far as getting anywhere, but definitely revealing as far as how messy the old stuff was. Um, and the thing is that this used to work. So, question is, what changed? Um, Good question. Don't know. So we will find out. We're going to go through this whole thing, and we will solve it one way or the other. Um, Anyway, I'm hungry, but I should be going to sleep, so I'm probably going to eat and then sit there and not sleep because I'm ate. But uh, plenty of other stuff to go through and do. Um, but this was top of the line because it needs to be done. Then what do I gotta do? I got some code stuff that I need to be done too. Um, yep. Yeah, a lot move. Yeah, I got a lot of crap. I got a lot of crap on my list. Trying to think. Hold on a second. Sorry. You know. Oh, thanks, cat dude. I'm sure I won't, but I will try. um, oh yeah, this is the other thing. I'll stream this too. I gotta fix the boom bunnies. Um, if you guys are familiar with the name, we got uh, Doom bunnies, boom bunnies, and well, I think we just used the death bunnies as well in that stuff. Um, I'm not going to tell you why, but I think that most people who are in the stream probably will remember why, what we do with that. Yeah, well, death bunny is the normal one, but we have boom bunnies and doom bunnies, and they're not quite working the way that we intend. So I gotta fix those, and I might just assuming I get past the stupid spider room real quick, that was the next thing that I was going to go into on live stream and show you guys what I was doing with those to fix those and make them work better. Uh, yeah. Oh, and there's a ghoul painting that has a placement issue that I got to look at. That should be a 5-minute fix. Um, yeah, I got a lot of coding to do, which nobody wants to see me code. Um, but yeah, we'll get some of that stuff going, and then of course also we have more world building esque things, hopefully for the rest of the oncoming week, or next week when I'm at Scotty's. I'll be working on the lava lake room. Um, there's an interim thing that needs to be done between what I'm doing now and the lava leak room, and that would be the fire elemental spawns. Um, but there isn't much mystery in me setting those up. I have one thing I have to do differently for them, but it's still pretty much the same stuff, so it's no big deal. So I'll hopefully get those done quickly, and then I can go back into the lava lake room, finish that up, and so that when the lava lake room is done, um, well, if I do get the spawners done, the spawned versions of the other two lava rooms will be released, And then when the Lava Lake room is done, the Deco version and the Spawn version will both be released. That's the plan for that stuff. So, um, ill-tempered rodents. No, no, no more ill-tempered rodents. Just these are already existing in the game. But as I said, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If not, well, you'll find out sooner or later. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for hanging out with me. Really do appreciate it. And uh, one more go at saying, if you want to help support the game, support all this work that we're doing and fixing the game up and expanding it and getting ourselves into a situation where we get all the content going again, then please consider subscribing to the game. We currently have the 10K and 6K Kodo pack bonus items. They are available through Friday. And we are um, probably about 60% of the way to our goal. So we're just poking that reminder button every once in a while. So if you guys want to get some Kodos, do something in the game, now is a good time to do it. Kodos are on sale. You get bonus items out of it, and it helps the development of the game as well. So anyway, have a nice night, guys. I'm gonna probably put some junk food in my mouth and go to sleep. Talk to you later.